It's time for Savage Storm football on the Southeastern Sports Network. Savage Storm football is brought to you by Choctaw Casinos, Burridge Law, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, and Discover Durant. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, Shamrock Bank, Taco Casa, and Westside Family Dentistry. The Savage Storm are being brought to you by Cherokee Communications, Stuyvesant Chevrolet, First United Bank, and Shelburne Heating and Air. Also sponsoring Southeastern, Choctaw Nation Family Violence Prevention, Arnett Insurance, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Chutta Foundation. Southeastern Oklahoma State is also being brought to you today by Clint Markham State Farm, Durant Lumber, Applebee's, and your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson. And now let's head to the field for Southeastern Savage Storm football.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Paul Laird Field, Durant, Oklahoma, for meeting number 106 between Southeastern Oklahoma State and the Tigers of East Central. The Tigers, they've had a tough season, as well as have the Savage Storm, as the Tigers roll in with a record of 3-7. Southeastern Oklahoma State rolling in with a record of 4-6. So for these two teams, today is the final Saturday of the 2023 season. It's been a long year for both head coaches, and both head coaches kind of in their first year. Of course, this is part two of the Bo Atterbury regime, and it's not gone as planned, but we'll talk with him about last week's loss, as well as what it's been like to be a coach and a player in this game. For East Central, on the other hand, currently a head coach coaching under the interim title in John LaTrenta, who last year was a defensive coordinator for a team that went 9-3. This is an East Central squad that has won 3 in a row, but it's Southeastern Oklahoma State that leads the all-time series. But it is a narrow margin, 50 wins, 49 losses, and 6 ties all-time. As we go into meeting number 106, we'll dive into it all. It's the First United Bank pregame show. It gets underway now on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling main street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Choctaw culture is our everyday life. It has stood the test of time, carried from generation to generation. Our elders teach us to be curious about the world and to look for answers in tradition. We share that curiosity with our children, who will become the great minds of the future. The welcoming hands of the Chutta people extend an invitation to visit the Choctaw Cultural Center.
With Chevy Silverado and Silverado HD, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. With the power of up to 36,000 pounds of max available towing and the confidence of an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen. Whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado for you. Get 0% financing, plus make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2023 Silverado 1500 pickups. Plus, get $1,000 cash allowance on this Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Find new roads.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. Now joined by Coach Bo Atterbury. And Coach, last week on the road, final road trip of the season, and you had talked about, the week prior, don't let one loss lead to another, and you guys just really couldn't get anything going on the offensive side of the ball. How much of that do you feel was a little bit of a hangover from the week before?
Yeah, I don't know about the hangover. We just, from an execution standpoint, didn't do, as well as I've seen us do before. And ultimately, we got out-coached. They found a way to put a drive together in the second half, and we didn't find a way.
Of course, that one in the rear view. Now everything's set. Final game of the season. Rival game, East Central. Having been a part of this rivalry as a player and as a coach, first, which did you find more difficult? Where did you find it more difficult so far? From the sidelines as a coach or as a player?
I think it was in the game when you were playing, honestly. But it's quite a game, and I'm looking really forward to it. There's a trophy on the line. Should be a good crowd. Seems like there's going to be good weather this weekend. So it's difficult, on the field for you're playing and also as a coach, but really, really fun.
It's interesting because this last weekend, Oklahoma college fans saw the end of Bedlam. And if, barring anything crazy happening over the next couple of years, this matchup, Southeastern East Central, will become the longest running collegiate rivalry in the state when it comes to football. Just how special is that idea to you, having been a part of this thing for as long as you have?
Yeah, no, it's very special, and I think you've probably done the stats on it as far as the margin of victory.
Yeah, very narrow.
And it's very narrow over that long of a period of time. Very special and just very grateful to be a part of it.
So this year, East Central comes in. They had a lot of wholesale changes as well. Head coach leaves. A couple of players that they had go with him. And this is kind of a new group. They're kind of going through some growing pains as well. What is it that most concerns you about them from a standpoint? What's the thing that you're looking at going, okay, we got to handle that?
Yeah, if you look at it from last year, on our side and their side, we had 20 plus seniors, I think, and now we're down to 10 or 11. And then they may have not had seniors, but they had a coach leave and some guys exit. So for both teams, there's been a lot of growth and experience throughout the season. But defensively, they've been really good and generally bring a really good product. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they have the ability to run the football. So there's some similarities from the last game as far as coverages and those type of things and what they do. So, really it's just that rivalry and their ability to defend us in what we haven't done well offensively as far as executing.
Of course, kind of get you out here on this, and this is maybe the most unique senior question I've ever asked. This group of guys you recruited, you didn't get to coach them all the way till the end.
Right.
One, just the anomaly of that, and how special was it for those guys when you were announced as the head coach? I know that they were in full support, and you were glad to have that support.
Yeah, really special. You never know what twists and turns life may have, and to come back and be with those guys for one more season has been really awesome, and I'm very thankful for them, and a very special bunch. And you can see from the production they have on a Saturday, but their Sunday through Friday is even better, and very special young men, and they will be missed and always welcome back.
Well, and just not to narrow anyone out, but Cameron Tate, Marquise Gray, Kevin Sims, who we'll talk to, guys that really have kind of set a foundation not only for things moving forward, but the past couple of years of success. How special is it to have talent like that and to coach those type of players?
Yeah, I'll tell the entire team. I mean, just look at the production, and those guys just have their head down and they're working consistently on a daily basis, and it's proved to work, and they've gotten the production, and having those guys in a leadership position has been more than we could ask for.
Again, talking with Coach Bo Atterbury is our final conversation of the season. Coach, appreciate the time throughout these weeks and look forward to your thoughts in the postgame.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course, coming up, we got more of the First United Bank pregame show. We continue on. We've got our player spotlight. It shines on defensive end Kevin Sims. It's coming up next as we continue on right here on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
Difficult times remind me to take stock of what's most important. And as a farmer's agent, I'm here for you and your family when those moments arise. I can explain your insurance options so you can select coverage that fits your needs, because I take pride in being able to help you protect the things that matter most. Call me, Al Olson, at 580-924-3898 to learn more.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. It's time now for our final player spotlight of the 23 season, and it shines on the defensive line and Kevin Sims. How you doing today, sir?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Doing good. So, brought you in here today, one of the top 5 guys in sacks this season, senior campaign. Talk a little bit about the progression, because we've been able to watch you kind of grow over time. Breakout year this season. Talk a little bit about the work that it takes to kind of build up and have a season like you've been having.
Well, more than anything, it's, taking everything a day at a time, building off, each success as they come, just continuing, kind of that same recipe for preparation and, working out those, little things that could, help me continue to build on Saturdays.
Is there one particular thing you can point to as far as the numbers? I mean, that's the one weird thing is, you could be doing the same thing you were doing a year ago, but the numbers this year show something different. Is there anything that stands out to you that you're doing different?
Well, it's most certainly, I certainly went back and, kind of fine-tuned little things, as it relates to my pass rush. And, everyone, I think it's no secret to anyone that, I really do, kind of favor towards that inside move. And, each week it's, how can I execute that, cleaner than I did last week? And how can I, make it better so it can put me in a better position to make even more plays in the future.
One of the things that's also stood out, I mean, while you've had the most, that front 4 this year has just been outstanding across the board.
Absolutely.
The guys like Horlick and Hood, Hardy, of course, this last week. Gardner gets him a couple of sacks. Yeah. How much do you guys pride yourself on being that type of unit?
We pride ourselves very heavily on that, and it's a competition every week between the 4 of us. Everyone talks about, how many sacks, how many TFLs they want to get and stuff. So I just love that kind of competitive atmosphere we have amongst one another.
So this, will be the final time that you lace it up for Southeastern Oklahoma State, and of course it's a rival matchup. I'm sure this may change a little bit between now and the actual game, but what are some of the emotions that are going on with you this week in particular?
Man, well, I'm definitely trying to, push the sad bit of emotions to the back, because I still have a job to do this weekend, but it's still very much there. I'm sad, but I'm also really excited. It's another opportunity, you know what I mean? And with that opportunity comes a chance to, get back what's ours, the trophy. And so it's a little bit of excitement, a little bit of, sad.
So what, after Saturday, what happens to Kevin Sims? What's in your future?
What's next for Kevin Sims? Well, I go home, I prepare for the draft, and, just wherever the cards may fall, wherever the Lord has planned for me, that's where I'll end up. But I really want to pursue my dream as a professional athlete.
Again, talking with Kevin Sims, of course, standout defensive end here on the 2023 edition of the Southeastern Front Line. Get you out here on this, our famous hot seat segment, 5 things, no wrong answer. Favorite pregame meal?
Favorite pregame meal? I like the breakfast. I like the breakfast that, the calf may provide.
Favorite pro football player?
Favorite pro football player? J.J. Watt.
That's good one. You line up with that position.
Greatest defensive end.
Favorite female musician?
Female musician? Ooh-wee. I think I'm going to go with Alicia Keys.
Okay, see, now last couple, we had Dre Williams in here a couple of weeks ago, and he threw out Aaliyah. You are starting to get back on my age level. I like that. Favorite color?
Favorite red.
And what does it mean to be a member of Southeastern football?
What does it mean to be what does it mean to be a Southeastern football player? I feel like it's a constant process in developing yourself further as not only an athlete, but a person. And, being able to come to work every day, relying on 10 other guys on the field to do their job, to perform to the highest level on Saturdays.
Again, talking with Kevin Sims. He is our player spotlight for this week. Sir, it's been fun watching you the last couple of years. Good luck not only this Saturday, but good luck in all your future endeavors.
Thank you so much.
Of course, right there, Kevin Sims joining us in our player spotlight. Coming up, we got more of the First United Bank pregame show. We get into starters and more after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Step right up to the most magnificent giveaway of the season, the $2.2 million Under the Big Top giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries for cash drawings every Saturday in October and November, and a chance to win $100,000 in back-to-back grand prize drawings to end the night. It's the $2.2 million Under the Big Top giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChoctawFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate-level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Choctaw Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChoctawFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
Welcome back. First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. First United Bank here to help you spend your Southeastern game day wisely. Sit back, enjoy your community, family time, and supporting Southeastern Storm Athletics. Visit firstunitedbank.com, member FDIC. Well, back here at Paul Laird Field for meeting 106 between Southeastern Oklahoma State and East Central. Southeastern, as mentioned, not had the season that they had necessarily planned coming into this, setting 2 games under 500. It'll be the first season for Bo Atterbury since his inaugural campaign as a head coach when he was down at A&M Kingsville, in which he will finish under 500 this year. It's not gone as planned for East Central as well. They were in a bit of a rebuild over the last couple of years, but in 2021 they went 7-4 in what was Al Johnson's last year. Of course, the former Dallas Cowboys center and former Wisconsin Badger who decided to go back to the University of Wisconsin, and in his place stepped in Chris McCullough, who after 1 year left for Permian Basin, where his team, the Falcons, are right now sitting with 1 loss this season. They went 9-3 a year ago. They've won 3 in a row, though, however, in this series against Southeastern Oklahoma State. But for Bo Atterbury, during his head coaching time here at Southeastern, he's never lost to the Tigers. Of course, played in this series and has coached in this series, not just as a head coach, but a defensive coordinator as well. And when asked the question, for those of you that missed it, which was more difficult, he said playing was the most difficult part because it's easy to get caught up in the emotions, and there were some emotions here between the two teams about 2 hours prior to kickoff earlier today, and something that should be expected in what is the second longest running rivalry in the state of Oklahoma, second only to Bedlam. And, well, barring any massive changes, it will soon be the longest running collegiate rivalry in the state, Southeastern and East Central. As I welcome in the second member of our crew here today, one Rob Johnson. And Rob, you've got to see this series for a while now. It really doesn't matter what the records are between the two teams. I mean, it doesn't get more even than 50, 49, and 6 all time.
You know what? I think you talked to me during the week a couple of times, pulled some stats, talked about the scoring difference, 0.1 point over the course of 106 meetings. That doesn't get a whole lot closer than that, guys.
So let's go ahead and dive into it. It is the final game for both teams here in 2023. And what do you see as our keys to the game here today?
Well, I'm going to start with the offense. Bottom line is you got to stop turning the ball over, and you just got to take advantage of the opportunities that are in front of you. You know, the two defenses have both turned it over the exact same number of times. However, Southeastern's offense has turned it over 8 more times than ECU's. That's really the difference. Take care of the football, and we've talked about the missed opportunities all year, whether it be in the red zone, not converting third downs. Today, that's got to change.
Well, and offensively speaking, and really defensively speaking, this is about as even on paper as you can get. Savage Storm, 9th in the conference in yards per game, 10th in the conference in scoring. East Central, 10th in the conference in yards per game, and 9th in the league in scoring. It is on paper a very even matchup between these two teams. What else do you have for us on the defensive side?
Well, on the defensive side, listen, this has been the backbone of this team pretty much all year long. They've been consistent. They need to stay the course, and then on the other side of that turnover battle, they got to force mistakes. Try to give this offense a short field, put themselves in position to maybe even score themselves.
One of the things that Southeastern has done, they've created 12 turnovers this season. East Central, as you mentioned, have done the same. East Central, though, a +1 in turnover differential. And Southeastern's been a little loose with the football this year, particularly at the QB position. 14 interceptions thrown this season by Savage Storm quarterbacks, and that is something they'll definitely have to clean up here today. Let's go ahead and dive into the starters real quick. They're brought to you by the Chutta Foundation. The Chutta Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping tribal members achieve levels of higher education. They have an outstanding scholarship program. While the application process begins in January, you can start preparing now. Visit ChuttaFoundation.com. Let's take a look at the starters offensively for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Up front, Stephon Zabier, one of 11 seniors playing their final game here today. The starting left tackle opposite of the right tackle, Dorian Maple. The guards, Trace Titwell and Malik Culp, while the center, a starting redshirt freshman, Sebastian Martinez. Taking a look at the receivers outside the end, Marquise Gray, the All-American, another one of those seniors, along with Kavika Deuce Pittman, while the inside receivers, the slot men, Giazzi Smith and Caleb Whitley. The running back, DJ Brown, who has rushed for 557 yards this season, and the starting quarterback getting his first start since week 5, one of our key players here today, Bryce Fields.
Yeah, and where's number 17? He's going to, like you just said, going to get his first start in several weeks. Transferred in from North Greenville, moved away from home there in Greenville, South Carolina. Not the 2023 he had pictured, but he's got one more opportunity to finish well. I think it starts with finding those wide receiver weapons and getting them the football, and maybe even finding that freshman corner, number 18, to pick on him a little bit.
Of the 23 plays that have occurred in the passing game that are 20 or more yards, Fields was responsible for 13 of them, and of the 10 that took place between the 40 and 70-yard mark, he was responsible for 5 of the 10, so maybe the senior goes out on a big-time note here today. Let's take a look at the Tiger defense up front. They have Yemi Oceana along with Prince Omamielen, and then in the middle, Michael Hiram. Then the linebackers outside the end, Lane Johnson, Darian Williams, Amir Muhammad, the weak side linebacker, and our key player on the defense, the Mike linebacker, and their version of Malik Hall. And matter of fact, was last year's player of the year on the defensive side, Devon Roush.
Well, Roush, he wears number 1. He's a linebacker, but this guy goes sideline to sideline and just fills the stat sheet. You just said it. Defending defensive player of the year in the GAC. He led the GAC in tackles all year long until just last week when somebody got in front of him, some guy named Scooter Baker. We don't want to talk about him. Bottom line is Roush has been up there all year long. He just continues to fill it up.
So then we take a look at the corners, Simon Jackson and Gio Waller, the safeties, Jimmy Pitts, and a returning starter in Cam Pear. Taking a look at the starters offensively for the Tigers, up front, Anthony Laurent, the left tackle, along with Colby Thomas, a 3-year starter at right tackle, Cedarian Crooks and Ty Dodd, the guards, Tyson Johnson, the center, the receivers, C.J. Moore and Isaiah Wilhoit, while the inside receiver and our key player, Dior Scott.
Yeah, Dior Scott. This is a guy, before 2023, he had 0 catches. This year, he's leading this team in receiving, is his 7th leading receiver in the conference. And as a side note, he's the number 1 punt returner in the GAC. So this is a weapon that ECU wants to get the ball in his hands in space.
Of course, senior from Antioch, California, the tight end Jackson Allen, the running back, well, we don't know. Miles Davis has been the starter, the redshirt senior from Lawton, Oklahoma. He did not play last week. They ran out many at that tailback position, and if you were looking at who had the production last week, it could be David Hall, the redshirt junior. Take a look at the quarterback, Jayave Mongale, there we go, Mongale, the transfer in from A&M Commerce, the senior. The Tigers went through several quarterbacks this season, just like Southeastern, and it was Mongolay that took over the position really midway through. He's held on to it ever since. Taking a look at the defensive starters for the Savage Storm, and let's begin up front. Our key players, how about Kevin Sims and the entire D-line?
Well, we just saw the senior day festivities. He was the last senior introduced at number 91. He's been a key all year long. Been in the top 2 or 3 of sacks in the conference. He's 2.5 sacks behind that GAC leader right now. Have a big senior day and get it taken over.
Kevin Sims, of course, the starting end alongside Josh Horlick. On the inside, Javion Gardner and Jordan Hood. That front four is combined for 15.5 sacks, 26 tackles for a loss this season. Taking a look at the linebackers outside the end, Braden Winters and Donovan McKnight also celebrating senior day, the strong side linebacker, and Cam Tate, the Mike linebacker, senior today as well. The corners, Joseph Jones and Mikey Hookfin. The safeties, Ty Williams and P.J. Larry. There's a look at the starters brought to you by the Chutta Foundation. Coming up, we'll have the opening kick and more from Paul Laird Field. It's meeting number 106, Southeastern East Central. We'll kick it off next on the Southeastern Sports Network.
We recently asked listeners to describe the Super Nachos off the Taco Casa's Super Menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the Super Nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the Super Menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center is your ticket to sports. Catch your favorite teams on one giant screen and 45 50-plus-inch TVs with great food, atmosphere, and fun. Join Blazin' Rewards and start earning points on every order that you can use on rewards, like free food and more. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. Your game is always on at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Paul Laird Field, Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Also, of course, Bob Sullins, our video technical director, just wrapped up the playing of the national anthem on this Veterans Day 2023. And happy Veterans Day to all of you veterans and current military servicemen as we welcome you in here to Paul Laird Field on what is a cloudy Saturday afternoon. We were talking earlier in the pregame show about how even the two teams are this season. We mentioned the offensive stats are just as even defensively. The Savage Storm defense, 5th in the league in yards allowed per game. They're averaging just under 350 yards per outing. East Central, 8th in the league. They allow 366. As far as points per game, Savage Storm, 8th in the league, allowing 26.6, while East Central is 6th in the league, but they allow 26 points per game. And all time, the series in Southeastern's favor, they lead at 50, 49, and 6. The longest win streaks owned by Southeastern, 7. They won 7 in a row between 1942 and 1951. For East Central, that streak is 10 from 1978 till 1987. And the total shutouts in the series, 24 total between the two teams. That doesn't include 0-0 ties that took place in 1916 and 19 38-34. The Savage Storm, while they have the all-time edge, it is by a very narrow margin. If you go back through this series, Savage Storm averaged 18.3 points per game. East Central averages 18.2. And in the Division II era, which began in 1997, it is also in the Storm's favor, an all-time record of 15-10. But as I mentioned, Southeastern has lost the last 3 in a row to East Central by scores of 42-38, 30-28 here in 2021 in a game that ended with a little fisticuffs post-game celebration on the part of East Central standing on the midfield logo. They did not take kindly to that, and we cut away to a quick commercial break, if you recall, Rob. Then last year in Ada, it was all Tigers, 31-10. The last time the Savage Storm won this game was in Ada in overtime, 20-13. And for those that may recall, it was a little bit of a miracle. The double reverse pass going to for the
in overtime.
In overtime on 4th down ends up being a fumble, and the Storm end up winning that one, 20-13. It was the final game coached by Coach Bo Atterbury here at Southeastern until this season when he came back. So the Savage Storm and East Central, again, it is a long-running rivalry. Largest margin of victory for the Savage Storm was the very first meeting. They won 49-0 in 1909. For East Central, the largest margin of victory, 51, in which they won over the Savage Storm. 51-0, and that was in 1965. There have been a grand total of just 2 games go into overtime, 42-41. Of course, the final in the 2001 game, which I remember because I was at that game. That game was in Ada. Both overtime games have been played in Ada, and that was the game that Romar Crenshaw takes an end around and fumbles it to himself. It bounced right back up into his lap, and he rounded the corner and went into the end zone, and the Storm won that one 42-41. And then the one we mentioned a moment ago in 2018, 20-13, the win on that one. So right now getting things set with a coin toss, and let's go ahead and get with Rob. We got to do our pregame field conditions and coin toss results are brought to you by our friends at Shelburne Heating and Air. Your choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
Well, let's start with the weather, Jay. It's 64 degrees at kickoff. There's an east wind at 7 miles an hour. It doesn't feel terrible. However, on Siri tells us it's going to gust up to 16 miles an hour. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's really kind of overcast, kind of cloudy, but still a beautiful day for football. Now let's get to the coin toss results. Southeastern actually won the coin toss. That's a good start. They deferred their option to the second half. ECU will receive and travel north to south or away from the clock to start this one, and that defense is going to have a chance to have an impact early.
So Southeastern Oklahoma State today at home. They don the complete royal blue jerseys. They have the white numbers with the yellow gold outline. It is a white to gold stripe down the side. The white hats brought back by Coach Bo Atterbury with the blue SE logo trimmed in that yellow gold with a blue stripe down the center. For East Central today, they're in the all-white jerseys, black numerals and lettering trimmed in orange. The pants with all white in those black tiger stripes down the side. They used to have the old Bengal style helmet, but now they go with the matte black helmet with the ECU tiger head on both sides and an orange stripe down the center. So we're set to get this one underway. Meeting number 106 on this Veterans Day Saturday, 2023. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. And of course, this game being video produced by Bob Sullins. Cameramen include one Mitch Crosby, Michael Gabbert, Derek Reed, and Bob, as always, our on-site video producer.
Just Bob. He needs no last name. It's just Bob.
Any final thoughts before we get this one underway, Rob?
You know what? This is the exclamation point. Make it a big day. Send these seniors out the right way.
Of course, you can hear public address announcer Mark Webb. We got to get this out to you. It is your U.S. Cellular kickoff, final game opening kickoff of the season. Get the gift of connection this holiday season at U.S. Cellular, where right now new and current customers get any phone free. Terms do apply. You can go see our friends at U.S. Cellular's corporate store here in Durant on University Place, or you can visit them at their corporate store in Idabel for more details. Nally, a right to left boot, wind at his back, he'll send it a yard deep, and Scott will bring it out over the 10, running left side, 15, and he's hung out to dry there. They have him wrapped up, pawing at the football, and he appears to have held on, but the special teams getting down there, corralling him. Brian Hurt there in the midst of that. That's not a real surprise. Tigers will begin this drive at the 17-yard line.
Well, Dior Scott, we talked about him being the #1 punt returner in the conference. No surprise to see him back there returning kickoffs as well, but Southeastern does a great job staying in their lanes, getting him on the ground and keeping him behind the positive field position at this point.
So we get to see the quarterback, Mongolay, for the first time this year, a 6'3", 235 senior, 81 of 156 for 997 yards, has 9 touchdowns against 6 interceptions, brings Scott in motion across the formation. Quick out to that side, it's caught, it's a receiver pass, and it burns the Storm defense all the way out past midfield and into Storm territory. Bit of trickery right off of the bat as they found Jace White, a sophomore out of Red Oak, Texas, and already in Storm territory with a bit of trickery, and really not that surprised by that play, Rob. I mean, both teams have struggled, and they pull out the tricks early. 3 receivers right, short side of the field. They go Wyatt's way. He's hung up and then pulled down out of bounds by Horlick. It's a gain of 2 to the 42-yard line.
Well, that's the tackle they were looking for on the previous play. Forced that quick throw to the outside. We're in great position to make the tackle. Unfortunately, he threw it. There, they make a great job over here getting off blocks and getting the receiver on the ground.
So a 39-yard gain to start, then a 2-yard pickup. It's 2nd down and 8 at the Storm 42. Snap back to Mongolay, flips it out left side. Miles Davis working up the numbers, and down he is brought short of the line to gain near the 46-yard line, 36. And it is a gain of 6 for Miles Davis, the senior out of Lawton, Oklahoma. Mentioned did not play last week. He averages 5.3 yards per carry. He's got 14 catches for a Bill 39 and a touchdown this season. 3rd down here. Tigers converting 31% of the time on 3rd down. They're 43 of 139 this year. Handoff to Davis, dances into the line, and the Storm defensive front rejects it. Picks him up at the 35. It's a gain of 1. And here comes 4th down territory for the Tigers. Tigers in kind of no man's land. They're 10 of 22 this season on 4th downs. There's a shaken up Tiger, though, down on the field right at the line of scrimmage. And the 2 teams will head to their respective sidelines for a moment. And we'll go ahead and step aside as well, as this injury seems to be fairly serious. So we'll step aside. More of this matchup between Southeastern and East Central after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling main street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Be sure to check out all the happenings going on in Durant at discoverdurant.com. Of course, earlier today, the True Blue Chili Cook-Off that took place here at Tailgate Alley. That was sponsored by Discover Durant. And coming up, a West Side Christmas, that going on December 8th and 9th, as it was Miles Davis, the redshirt senior running back who did not play last week, and on his second touch of the game, he is not able to walk off on his own accord. And going for it here on 4th down and 1. Mongolay in the gun. Tailback to his right is Hall. They give to Hall. He plunges ahead, should have enough down to the 33-yard line. Needed 1, gets 2. And the 6th play of the drive coming up here. No score as of yet. 13 minutes remaining here in this first quarter.
Yeah, Hall right there just taking the quick look from the – I've never liked the 4th and 1 where you get in the shotgun and add 4 yards to your problem, but they solved it there.
Mongolay in the gun has Hall there to his right. In motion, the tight end, Jalen Hendricks. Mongolay looking to pass, and he'll dump it out. Dior Scott, diving grab, catch is made, and made inside the 25. And it's enough for a first down, motions the head linesman. Speaking of which, your officials today, the referee, Glenn Williams, the head line judge, JoJo Holderby, the side judge, Michael Gervais, the back judge, Richard Russ, the umpire, Michael Martin, the line judge, Devin Maynard, and the field judge, Jim Hines. So first down to the 23, a pickup of 3 there for Scott, his first reception of the day. Scott now in motion, left to right toward the short side of the field. Now reverses course, goes back to that left seam. Mongolay in the gun, receives a snap, looks his way immediately. Now he's in trouble, flushed up the middle, he's going to be sacked, or at least taken down, not sacked. Taken down by D'Angelo Shanks, who's had quite the campaign. Shanks, one of those guys they'll rely upon next year. He's a redshirt freshman out of Westmore High School. And of course, we'll reflect on some of the seniors as we go through this broadcast, but we were talking off air earlier. Some big names that are graduating off of that front 7 this season, including Sims and Gardner, Donovan McKnight, and Cam Tate, Caleb Ha. Here is Mongolay in the gun on 2nd and 9. Looks right, and now is flushed out to his right. Hardy giving chase. He just throws it up out of bounds and into the crowd on the near sideline. So Mongolay making a smart decision there. It stops the clock with 11:16 to play. And it's 3rd and long, though, facing the Tigers.
Well, and a great job by Shanks there. He gets the early pressure, but Colts contained so that when Mongolay tries to get out here and roll out to the right to create some extra time, Shanks keeps that pressure, stays on the upfield shoulder, and forces the throwaway. Just nobody open in the secondary. Now a great opportunity defensively to get a stop. Force the field goal, perhaps.
So Mongolay in the gun on 3rd down and 9. Hall to his right. Wyatt, the receiver in motion, out to the left side. They throw out to the left. Pass is caught over there on the far side by Will Hoyt, a senior out of Noble, Oklahoma, but he stopped short of the line to gain, but it gives the Tigers life. See if they go for it here after that gain that puts them at the 15. It'll be 4th and 2 should they elect to go for it.
Yeah, 4th and 2, and it doesn't look like they're bringing a kicker anywhere near, but it looks like they're bringing in a little bit bigger package, perhaps to create some look up front like a quick run.
It should be mentioned, Tommy Yowzy, the kicker this season, 5 of 11 on field goals.
That may have something to do with the decision as well, huh?
Mongolay in the gun, Hall to his right. Now timeout taken by Southeastern. They'll think about it. We will too. 10:35 to play here in the first. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
What sets Arnett Insurance apart? 11 agents, each with at least a decade and a combined 274 years of experience. As an independent insurance agency, the staff at Arnett Insurance has the means to find rates that fit your lifestyle and budget. You'll find a variety of insurance companies working for your business, home, life, auto, and commercial. Insurance working for you. What a concept. Arnett Insurance, 1116 West Main, and online at arnettinsurance.com. That's arnettinsurance.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all 3 for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Welcome back. It's 4th and 2. Tigers going for it. Mongolay receives the snap, and they'll hand off to Hall. He has a first down. Needed 2. The ball comes out, but they'll say he's down. And that's the second 4th down conversion here on this drive.
And the second one from Hall as well. Same look. They just kind of get a quick off the ball, kind of a quick snap, and got the first down.
So a gain of 3 on the play, only needed 2. 11th play of the drive, empty backfield for Mongolay. Snap from the left hash, under pressure immediately, but wide open is Hall on a wheel route, and he catches it, and it's a touchdown for the Tigers here early. 11th play of the drive goes for 6, and the Tigers strike first here with 9:59 to play in the first quarter.
Well, they had 3 receivers over there to the left-hand side, and we'll see a replay here in just a minute, but one of them just goes straight up the field. The defensive backs get confused, leave him completely uncovered. That's as easy a throw as you're ever going to get as a quarterback.
So Uzi on to kick the extra point. He's 23 of 25 this season, kicking into the north uprights. And the extra point on the way, and it is good. 7-0 Tigers in front, 9:59 to play in the first. Southeastern will have the ball next on the Southeastern Sports Network.
I am more than a craftsman.
I am more than a firefighter.
More than a teacher.
Than a student.
A business owner.
Than a leader.
A healer.
I am more than a champion.
Chatta, Ilfina Chili.
Chata Elefana Chile.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
We are the Choctaw Nation, and together we're more.
Holiday Inn Express IHG Durant is the champion's choice, conveniently located just off Highway 75 near restaurants and shopping. Holiday Inn Express Durant has 98 rooms, complete with a business center and conference room for work and a pool and a hot tub for play. Only 2 miles from the Southeastern campus and just 10 minutes from Choctaw Casino Resorts. Book your stay today at ihg.com. That's ihg.com. Holiday Inn Express Durant, proud partner of Southeastern Sports Network.
A big thanks to Holiday Inn Express and Quality Inn for taking care of my partner in crime here, Rob Johnson, all season long. Proud partners of the Southeastern Sports Network. Just a few minutes away from the Southeastern campus and also 10 minutes away from Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. And it was a simple route out of the backfield for David Hall. It's his first reception of the day, and it's his second receiving score of the season. We'll have your Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap, but first, how about U.S. Cellular kickoff? Everyone can give the gift of connection at U.S. Cellular. Get any phone free, new or current customers. Terms do apply. Visit uscellular.com or your U.S. Cellular corporate store, University Place in Durant or in Idabel to find out more details. So here is Uzi for a north to south kick. Has the ball lined up near the far side hash mark. Gives the hand a drop and into a trot, and away we go. End over end kick, and it trails toward Caleb Whitley. He'll bring it out from the 7. Whitley now up the right side, 20, 25, and is taken down at the 31-yard line. And there is Caleb Whitley. Whitley for the season, he's had quite the return. 17 of those for 352, including longs of 54 and 43. He gets the Storm started off here at the 31-yard line. Here's Rob Johnson with a Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, ECU takes that opening kickoff. Not good field position to begin with, but they go 83 yards in 11 plays, 5 minutes and 1 second. Mangale finishes it off with a 13-yard touchdown pass to Hall and a 7-0 lead.
This holiday season, do more together in a new Chevy Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. So Bryce Fields, his first action since week 5, and he'll hand off to DJ Brown, who is stuck after a gain of 1 on the play. This defense, maybe not as vicious as they were a year ago, but they're still pretty talented as far as that goes. 12 takeaways this season. They were a plus 20 in takeaways last year in the turnover differential. They were outstanding a year ago, going 9-3. And they'll say no gain on the play, so no forward progress given to DJ Brown. I thought he had a yard. 4 wide, 2 to each side. And Fields receives a snap, goes deep, getting wildly held. Holy cow, was Victor Taylor. We only had that headlinesman in last week's Bedlam game.
I wondered how long it would take us to get to that, but he's not bitter, ladies and gentlemen.
I will say this, though. That was a lot different in the fact that Taylor's jersey was stretched out like they stretched out the American flag in the pregame national anthem ceremony. You could see 1-4 clearly.
Well, bottom line, I think that's one of those where the corner knew he was beat, and you know what? I'll take the 15 yards as opposed to the 70. So really a pretty good decision for the defensive back, but a good start offensively, getting people opening with separation.
The immediate reaction of the home side crowd was pretty classic as well. Everybody on their feet over here going, whoa. So Taylor draws the PI, and the Storm have a first down out to their own 46. Back to Brown in the ground game. Nothing really working there, although he does whittle out 3 to the 49-yard line.
Well, you know, Bryce Fields, we talked about it in pregame, coming in and starting his first game in a few weeks. The best way to help him settle in is to have a positive run game. So far, 2 carries for 3 yards is not exactly a positive running game, but you've got to show that threat and get some of this cushion a little shorter for 4 over here on the left side.
Sun starting to cut through the clouds here at Paul Laird Field on a partly cloudy afternoon. Fields receives the snap. Handoff, offside run. It is Brown, and Brown, no gain on the play. He is crunched down over there on the far side of the field. Making the tackle was Lino Odenot Jr., the cornerback out of Melbourne, Florida, and a transfer in from Eastern New Mexico. So Storm facing their first third down of the day. They have converted 39% of the time, but last week in that 14-7 loss, they were just 3 of 12 on third downs and really struggled in the red zone. Fields back to pass. He's under pressure, throws, and should have been picked off. That one went right through the hands of Kevion Davis, and Davis was unable to haul that in. Incomplete the pass, and now the Storm will be forced to punt it away here.
Well, quick pressure up the middle. That's the worst kind of pressure for any quarterback, right in his face. Fields rolls out to the right to try to buy some time, but there was just a breakdown internally on that offensive line. Early pressure, and he really didn't have much time to find anybody.
So Nally is back, receives the snap. This is an end-over-end boot right towards Scott, and Scott fields it at the 16. Fair catch. And East Central will take over there. They started out at their own 17 on the previous drive and already leading 7-0.
Well, the best way to neutralize a punt returner is get good hang time, and Nally did a good job with the punt there, pins him inside the 20-yard line, although the last drive started on the, 15 or 17-yard line, and they went 83 yards. So need to try to get a better start defensively here. The trick play on the last drive got the start.
Of course, Choctaw Nation's Family Violence Prevention Program is a proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. If you or someone you know is a victim of domestic violence, Choctaw Nation's Family Violence Prevention can help in a variety of ways. The help is free, confidential, and open to anyone. Call 1-800-522-6170 to speak with a member of Choctaw Nation's Family Violence Prevention Program. So the defense comes out yet again after giving up 77 passing yards on that opening drive. Of course, 39 of that off of the trick play. It was Dior Scott. We talked about him being the impact player of the day. We thought it would be in the passing game, but we thought he would be on the receiving end. We didn't think he would have the longest pass play of the game so far. Mongolay in the gun has Hall, the tailback to his left, or excuse me, not Hall, or it is actually, and Hall is greeted there by big number 93, the redshirt freshman, Jordan Hood.
Well, stop me if you've heard that before. He's filled up the stat sheet from that interior.
Well, that would be the 43rd time that we've said that.
Well, he can act like that didn't hurt, but that hurt. It hurt me. How about that? But a nice start on first down.
3 receivers right, including Jayton Franklin, the tight end. He's lined up off of the right tackle. Dior Scott, the slot man, to his right. Mongolay in the gun. 7:05, clock running here. Play clock is down to 4 on Mongolay. Receives the snap, fires out. That one almost picked off. They go to the tight end, and then he is crunched down at the 20-yard line. And seeing that play from the get-go was Joshua Horlick, and Horlick was wanting to get an easy trip to the end zone, but that time was unable to haul it in. It is a gain of 4, and now it's 3rd down and 6.
Big play right here defensively, and a good start there. Here's a great opportunity for Sims and some of those defensive linemen to get some pressure and force a bad decision.
So Mongolay in the gun has Hall to his right, 4 wide, 2 to each side. Tight end Franklin over on the right. Mongolay passing over the middle. Pass is caught. It's Scotty's off and running. This could be a house call. 30, 20, 15, 10, end zone. And Dior Scott has made the 2 biggest plays of the day. An 80-yard touchdown reception by Scott. That is his 4th receiving score of the year. And the Tigers lead here early, 13-0.
Well, Scott just runs a simple post right there, right in between the 2 safeties, right on target with the throw, and then turns on the jets, and there he goes. Such a good start. We talked about the consistency of this defense here early. They got to find some adjustments.
So just after, and I mean literally 2 plays after, Southeastern almost had an interception. And so Dior Scott gets unsportsmanlike on the celebration, but his Tigers, I don't think, care at the moment. They lead 13-0. So he's been responsible for the 2 biggest plays of the Tiger offense with a 39-yard pass play and now an 80-yard touchdown reception. Wow.
Well,
Uzi for the extra point, and that one is good. It's all Tigers here early, 6:08 to play in the first quarter, 14-0. They lead. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
Welcome back, everyone. Time now for your U.S. Cellular kickoff as the Tigers will kick from the 20 after an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Dior Scott, who hauled in an 80-yard touchdown reception. U.S. Cellular, where new and current customers can get any phone free. Everyone can get the gift of connection at U.S. Cellular. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details. High end over end kick fielded at the 28 by Whitley. Whitley coming near side. Spins out of a tackle, can't keep his footing. Goes down at the 43. And here come the Storm offense, who didn't go 3 and out, but did. They had the penalty that gave them the first down, and then would go 3 and out. And here's Rob Johnson with a Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, the first drive was 83 yards. This one's 84 yards. The big difference is this one only takes 3 plays. The last 80 of it from Mangolay to Scott, and a 14-0 quick early lead for ECU.
No matter the distance, visit those that matter most and do more together this holiday season in a new Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. That's what Storm fans are wanting Southeastern to do. Drive down the field and cut into this 14-0 lead. Fields receives a snap, pumps once, fires over the middle, pass caught. And one of those seniors, Hunter Hawthorne, the senior from Bells, Texas, picks up a nice gain of 7 out to the 50-yard line.
Well, Jay, we've had a lot of opportunities to see big, long touchdown passes to number 4 in this stadium. Unfortunately, it was for the other team in this case. Want to try to get the ball in Marquise's hands here early as soon as they can.
Now the All-American, he's the 4th leading receiver in the league despite having missed a couple of games, and what a catch he makes there. On cue, Marquise Gray, a kind of off-center pass from Bryce Fields, and he makes the grab at the Tiger 43-yard line. It's a gain of 7. Had an off-air conversation with Coach Bo Atterbury, and Atterbury was adamant of, we've got to get number 4 the football. And that has not been the case here in recent weeks, especially since that, and you brought up the numbers last week, after that 11-catch performance against Monticello, including the game-winning touchdown. He's not been a big part of things. Handoff Brown up the middle, and Brown rips off a run down to the 36-yard line. It's a gain of 7. And the Storm now moving here, 2nd and 3 on the way.
Well, here's an opportunity. Brown does a great job with the little trap look up front. It takes a ball straight up the gut, gets a good 7 yards on first down, gives you an opportunity to open that playbook up a little bit and maybe give Ford a chance to get behind somebody.
4:25 and counting down here in the first. It's all ECU, 14-0. Fields receives the snap. Looks number 4's way. That one almost picked up, but there's the pass interference flag that comes in. Gio Waller, the junior from San Antonio, Texas, was all over Marquise Gray, and pass interference will be the call, and they will walk it off, and the Storm will have a first down, and we'll be knocking on the door here.
Well, Gray goes with that outside release. He's headed down the sidelines. Fields sees the quick coverage and decides to throw it back shoulder. When Gray tries to come back for the ball, 20's just got a big handful of jersey. I'm not sure what he's complaining about. A pretty obvious call unless you're in Stillwater.
They walk it down 15 yards to the 21. So the Storm not in the red zone, and that may be a good thing. Last week just went 1 of 3 in the red zone in that 14-7 loss. Receivers bunched to the left, including Pittman and Gray. And Bryce Fields will keep on his own and will get slung back. Seth Aguilera slinging back the senior quarterback, Bryce Fields. Fields, the grad transfer from North Greenville Division II College in Columbia, South Carolina. He gets credited with about a yard there to the 20-yard line. 5th play of the drive coming up here. Under 4 to play in this first quarter.
Well, I'm assuming that was a called keep because it looked like if he reads it out and gives it to DJ, he's got some room over here to the left, but not much going there.
Same formation with Gray and Pittman. The tight end Nunez all bunched up on the left side of the line. Now Gray in motion, left to right across the formation. Give to Brown. Brown trying to get in behind the guard, picks up a couple down to the 19-yard line, so only a gain of 1. And here is 3rd down and 8 facing Southeastern.
Well, they're trying to get some misdirection here and get some leverage for the left side of this offensive line. It looked like there was a hole there early, but it closed, and DJ basically got all he could, but a big 3rd and 8 here.
4 wide, 2 to each side. Whitley and Gray all over here to the left. Short side of the field. Fields receives the snap, looks left immediately, then is flushed back right toward Hawthorne, and incomplete. Big decision to be made here. Do you send out Dylan Cox, who for the season is 8 of 11 on field goals, and that appears to be the call. Trying to find some points here.
Well, trying to get on the board and get this offense at least some kind of a positive energy here. There, Fields immediately looks to the left, and who could blame him? That's where Marquise Gray was, but the coverage was there and safety help as well. Comes back over to the right and looked like he had a chance to get the ball to Hawthorne, just unable to get it to him.
36-yard attempt. He's 4 of 5 in the 30s this season. 8 of 11 on the year. Snap is back. It's mishandled but put down, and this one is no good. So they mishandled the snap. The holder couldn't get it down, and this one is no good. And the Storm come away with no points after their first real positive movement of the afternoon. They trail 14-0 here with 2:53 to play in this first quarter. And now you need the defense to step up and make a play.
Well, now you're giving the ball back to an ECU offense that hasn't punted yet, 2 times into the end zone. And even though you're giving it to them on their own 20-yard line, this is the best field position they've had all day. So this offense, we talked about how it has struggled a little bit, but not so far today. This defense needs to step up.
So with 2:53 to play here in the first quarter and already stacking a 14-0 lead, Mongolay and company back out, and as you mentioned, best starting field position of the day at their own 20-yard line. Mongolay from the right hash receives the snap, tosses it out right side, pass is hauled in by Montgomery, and Montgomery picks up a couple. Montgomery last week, he had 4 catches for 29 yards in that loss they had against Harding. DeMarion Montgomery Of course, we were talking about this. I almost want to go back and redo the stats because I'm not sure it gives an accurate depiction, at least defensively, when you play Harding. Last week, Harding ran it for 528 yards, no passing yards. Handoff Montgomery running here. He's got some running room, but it quickly dissipates. Ty Williams on the stop at the 25-yard line, only a gain of 3.
Well, and credit Ty Williams for coming up, running the alley as a safety. He's a deep safety. If he doesn't come up and run that alley, make a nice open field tackle, there's a lot of room over there on the left-hand side. So, once again, a big third down here and an opportunity to get off the field defensively.
Remember, a while ago, it was 3rd and mid when they hit that 80-yard bomb to Scott. Longalay in the gun, has Montgomery to his left. Snap will come from the left hash, moving left to right. Receives it, looks left, dumps short, finds Montgomery. Montgomery is wrapped up, and this play is ended. And even though they'll give him forward progress to the line of scrimmage, it should have been a lost play. He never advanced past the 24, and this should bring on the punt team for the first time today for East Central.
Well, that's that defense we're used to right there. Keep everything in front of you on third down, come up from the zone, make a nice open field tackle, rally to the ball, and force the punt.
So here's Andre Williams back to return. He's got 7 punt returns for 91 yards. He's amongst the leaders in returns this season. Of course, a lot of fair catches nowadays in the punt game. He's situated back at his own 36. Reese Connor, the punter, back. He has 15 inside the 20. Here's a high spiraling punt. Fielded by Williams. He's hit, and down he goes at the 35-yard line.
Well, you interviewed Williams a couple, 3 weeks ago and talked to him about what it's like to catch a punt when you know guys are barreling down on you. Well, he had 3 of them right there that were all gunning straight to him. He was able to make the catch, actually a great catch.
I will say this. We got a couple of buddies up here in the booth from our other job on Friday nights, and one, Chad Rowland, is now in love with Andre Williams because Chad complains about hidden yardage every single week of every single game we do, one way or the other. And Andre Williams said no hidden yardage today. He took that and then took 3 Tigers. Snap back to Fields. He's immediately under pressure, rolls right, dumps, and that pass incomplete. He had DJ Brown crossing, but the incompletion stops the clock with 1:06 to play here in the first quarter.
Well, Bryce escapes out of the pocket over to his right there. It looked like there was a decent pocket to begin with, but he did escape. Perhaps a designed rollout, but he gets over there to the right-hand side, which should be a strong-arm side, but doesn't really get his feet set, doesn't get the throw accurate, and falls in between basically 2 open receivers, but neither one of them able to get to it.
So now 2nd down and 10, and this is an offense that has, I mean, you would like to say they've struggled in recent weeks. It's really an offense that's not really found much traction this season, but they need to find it here against their longtime rival. Fields takes the snap, design quarterback run, has a crease up the numbers over the 50, makes the cut, 40, 35, 30, breaking away, 20, 15, 10, flag comes in, touchdown Southeastern. They're going to throw a flag on a play that had nothing to do with anything, some 20 yards behind it.
Yeah, it's going to be a block in the back. I didn't see who got it, but it was a pretty clear call. And you can see as Fields breaks around the left-hand side right here, makes a great cut right there. He's headed up the numbers, and he's off to the races right here. And it looks like our big buddy Stephon Zabier just got excited over just outside the left-hand side of your screen. Got a block in the back, which is going to bring this one at least back a little bit. You're going to get a bunch of the yardage, but a spot foul is still going to keep that touchdown off the board.
And so
just got to be smarter than that. That's all there is to it.
Moves it to the 32-yard line. So what should have been a 63-yard touchdown run instead turns out to be a 40-yard rush for Bryce Fields. It's his longest rush of the season. And that was kind of the scouting report whenever he came to Southeastern, was the fact that was nimble, could run, and that's the first big one we had, but 6 is taken off of the scoreboard. Now in motion is Gray. Play action, Fields throws on the run, dumps it short. Nunez can't hold on to it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to throw the ball to number 11, Hawthorne. But either way, Bryce is out to the edge off of his right there, and sometimes if it's a pass to Nunez, you want a little bit more touch on that ball. But because he's throwing that ball so hard, I'm assuming he's trying to hit Hawthorne right between the ones. And, yes, I think an opportunity here for Mr. Zabier to learn his lesson over here with his coaches.
And Wrigley Kennedy, the sophomore, is in at left tackle right now as Zabier on the bench. And they'll hand off Ryan Hurt. Hurt gets nothing. Anything a yard to the 31-yard line.
Well, and that's going to bring up a 3rd and long, and Bryce is going to have to find one of these receivers. Zabier coming back into the game here, trying to provide the pass protection he's going to need to get receivers down the field and pick up this 1st down.
Yeah, clock is running out here. 5 seconds remaining. They will not take a snap. They'll go the other way. And it's 14-0 Tigers. Missed opportunity here for Southeastern. Can they get it back? We'll find out in a moment. 2nd quarter ahead on the Southeastern Sports Network.
With Chevy Silverado and Silverado HD, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. With the power of up to 36,000 pounds of max available towing and the confidence of an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen. Whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado for you. Get 0% financing, plus make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2023 Silverado 1500 pickups. Plus, get $1,000 cash allowance on this Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Find new roads.
Two of the most recognizable voices in country music, Josh Turner and Sarah Evans. Saturday, November 25th, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant. A 20th anniversary celebration of their albums Long Black Train and Restless. Josh Turner and Sarah Evans live. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Of course, our video broadcast directed by one Bob Sullins. Southeastern Oklahoma State trailing 14-0 could very well be down only 14-7. What would have been a 63-yard rush for quarterback Bryce Fields, taken back off of a block in the back on Stefan Zabier, who is back in at left tackle for this 3rd down and 9, and a big 3rd down indeed. 4 receivers to the right. Snap back to Fields, fires it out right side, caught by Whitley, but he's got nowhere to go. The Tiger defense snuffed that out, and really blowing that play up from the get-go was Kevion Davis. And Davis, I mean, whatever he saw, he had seen it before. He jumped that immediately.
Well, he jumped it immediately, and I'm puzzled by the call. But then again, if you thought you were trying to get some of it to go on forward on 4th down, that explains it a little bit. That said, it brings up a 4th and 8.
I almost wonder if it wasn't a design pass play, and now a timeout taken by East Central. We'll go ahead and leave it right here. 14:34 to play, 4th down and 8. Storm appear as though they're going to be going for it. Take this opportunity to tell you about Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. And that's where our post-game party's taking place today at the league, where you can do pro football pick'em. That's right, pick against the spread 2 hours before kickoff on all Dallas Cowboy games for your chance to win $10 in free play. And you can also pick against the spread on college games. They've got pick 'em for the Dallas Stars, pick 'em for the Dallas Mavericks. So head out to the league, Choctaw Casino Resort Durant, for more details. And also, it's the place to catch all the games. It's the largest video board north of Jerry World. It's a 100-foot video board there at the league inside Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. Well, 4th down and 8. Savage Storm, 8 of 27 this year. 1 of 4 last week, including 0 for 2 on what was goal to go from the 3 and the 1. Here they are going for it on 4th and 8. They're down 14-0.
Well, in Fields so far, 2 of 6 for 14 yards. He's going to need 8 more right here. Likely the ball in the air.
4 wide, Fields to pass, fires left side toward Gray, and that one's picked off. No, broken up. There was hands all over Marquise Gray, but no whistle on Gio Waller. And Coach Bo Atterbury claps, though. He's like, Don't care. Get number 4 involved.
Exactly. Get him targets. And nothing wrong with that. That's just a heck of a play. At least I think the difference for the situation here, you got the defensive pass interference early, but you look at the replay here, 20 looking back for the football, which certainly helps not get the flag coming out of the pocket, and that's typically what's going to be the difference from a referee's perspective. If he's trying to play the football, they're going to likely keep the flag in their pocket, and they did.
It didn't help that he had his hands across Marquise's arms.
He did, yeah, but you're going to get a lot more benefit of the doubt if you're looking back for the football.
Correct.
And I think that's probably the difference.
So at the 30-yard line, East Central has it again. They've scored on 2 of their first 3 possessions. Now a whistle and a delay of game against East Central. So Mongolay, and it's a delay of game. He's shrugging his shoulders, and maybe he hasn't spotted where that north side play clock is because it ran out on him. And the penalty will move them back to the 25-yard line.
Well, and I think that, they've got some other penalties with the unsportsmanlike conducts earlier, but that's the first pre-snap penalty on this offense.
4 wide, 2 to each side. Mongolay receives the snap, fires out right side, and the pass off the fingertips of the intended receiver, Josh Little. Little, the redshirt sophomore, 2 catches for 13 yards late last week. He comes into today with 8 for 45. Clock is stopped after the incompletion, 14:22 to play here in this second quarter. Storm, in that first little bit, they've had the ball 2 times in the first quarter. They received it late in the first quarter, took it on into the second, but unable to come away with any points, and that last drive was huge. Mongolay receives a snap. He's under pressure. He's going to be taken down. Who's there? Kevin Sims, the senior from Prosper, Texas. It will not be a sack. He made it back to the line of scrimmage, but it is no gain, and Kevin Sims comes up big again.
Well, and a great job there because Mongolay did step up in through the pocket once he saw there wasn't anywhere to throw the football, and if Sims doesn't make that play, Mongolay's going to run for a minute and certainly make this third down more manageable. As it is, 3rd and 15, you just have to get off the field right here. Sure would be nice if he'd give us 1.
3rd and 15, Tigers 1 for 4 on 3rd downs. Mongolay under pressure. It's a design screen. They find Hall. Hall makes his way to the 30, still on his feet, trying to be helped out by his linemen, and they give him forward progress to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 10. And likely with that 14-0 lead and in minus territory, here comes the punter, Reese Connor. Connor for the season averaging 41 yards a punt. He's had 11 of 50 or more yards. His first punt of the day, a 38-yard punt. And now Andre Williams backpedaling back. He will situate himself at the 27-yard line, and he was blown up on that last punt return. He fielded. Connor to punt this one away, gets away a nice end-over-end kick. Williams will have a chance to return. He crosses over the 30, 35, and unable to break the shoestring tackle made there by Simon Jackson.
A little bit more of a line drive punt there. Williams had an opportunity, took what he could.
We got the media timeout, but we'll go ahead and leave it right here. Take this opportunity to remind you about First United Bank and Trust, proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. Spend your time wisely by supporting Southeastern Athletics. Go Southeastern and visit anytime online at firstunitedbank.com. Here to help you spend life wisely. Member FDIC. A lot of things getting underway this weekend. Of course, last weekend, men's basketball got underway. This weekend, men's basketball continues. They played yesterday, lost that game early, narrowed it down, ended up losing by 4, and we'll play again today. Women's action going on today as well. Savage Storm men and women's basketball first home contest of the season taking place at Bloomer Sullivan Arena next Tuesday. You can catch the video-only broadcast unless Bob Sullins wants to donate some of his fine play-by-play skills. He wants to knock off the rust a little bit. He's been busy with all the video technical directing this year. He hasn't got to do much play-by-play, and he might be on the mic on Tuesday. Just a little hint for you, Bob. It'll help you knock rust off before conference play begins.
You're just trying to help out, aren't you?
Yeah, just
trying to help.
Just trying to help out. 13:03 to play here in this second quarter. Southeastern, as I mentioned a while ago, had, just a big touchdown taken off the board. That's all you could say. It would have been a one-score game at this point. Block in the back takes it away. They come away with no points on the drive, and they remain in a two-score hole. First down and 10 at their own 35 to begin this drive. Fields in the gun. Handoff, Brown coming near side, and he's going to be taken down for a loss. Pressure off of the edge there, provided by Lane Johnson, the redshirt freshman out of Plainview High School out in the Ardmore area.
Well, the Tiger defense is sending their defensive line slanting one way or the other basically every play. That time they just guessed right and slanted the way that you were trying to get to the edge. I don't quite understand trying to get to the edge to the short side of the field, but it certainly doesn't help that they slanted that way.
Second down and 14 here. So a loss of 4 on that play. Fields, and pressure being shown off the edge by perhaps the corner. He does fire off. They hand off Brown. He runs into the pile. He gets back. That yardage lost and 1 yard more before being wrapped up on the play there by Darian Williams, the grad transfer from Tarleton State, a big 6'5", 245-pounder, and listed on the depth chart in both the outside linebacker and defensive end positions.
Well, so far every third down or longer third down like this, you've seen ECU bring pressure. I would expect it again here.
Snap back to Fields on 3rd and 9. He goes right side. Hawthorne with the catch, interfered with the entire time. And Hawthorne, the senior from Bells, Texas, puts it in Tiger territory. All the way to the 43-yard line. It is a gain of 20 and a first down for Hunter Hawthorne, who's had a career season here. That's his 75th career reception. He came into today just 93 yards short of a 1,000-yard receiving career, but this has been the breakout year. 36 catches, 469 yards, and a score for the Bells native. Snap back to Fields. Goes deep down the left side, and a miscommunication. Unfortunately, that one is not picked off. He had the safety Cam Pear lurking back there, and it appeared to be miscommunication between he and Taylor. The incompletion brings up second down and 10.
Well, they're trying to get a short look here from Gray and then send 2 clear-out routes over the top. He chooses to throw to the flag or the outside clear-out route when he had Gray about 4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. He might have had a chance to get some yards after catch.
So here is second down and 10. Bunch formation to the right with Hawthorne and Pittman. It's a design run for Fields. Gets to the edge and crosses down near the 40-yard line. A gain of 3 on the play there. And here's third down and 7.
A little bit different look from Southeastern. We haven't seen as many designed runs for the quarterback, probably just because Fields hasn't been in there the last few weeks. But that's the second time we've seen it. First time, he ended up in the end zone, and we lost that 6 points. But here, makes the third down a little more manageable.
So third down and 7. Storm today are just 1 of 4 on third down. Fields to pass. Fields sidestepping a defender. Now fires. Pass is caught. Big catch made there by Hawthorne. Fumbles out of bounds, but the catch is made, even though Terry Peters saying incomplete, but I think he had the definition of a football move. And it's down to the 26, gain of 14, and a Southeastern first down with 10-13 and counting here in the second.
Well, that's the right call. It looked like he had at least a football move and was trying to spin away, but whatever. I'm not sure what he thought.
4 wide, 2 to each side. Fields to pass. He looks Gray's way, looks him off, and then Hawthorne goes down, and arguing that Peters may have rode him to the turf. I didn't see. And my spotter here to my right, the big Chad Rowland, if anybody could see, he's 6'4". He's taller than all of us. And he said, no, that not quite.
Slipping on a post route, that's not a penalty, is it?
Now, with that being said, he's also a former defensive tackle from the University of Arkansas in Sherman, Texas, and he's likely going to favor the defense in his eyesight from time to time.
Maybe just a teensy bit, yeah.
Second down and 10 at the Tiger 26. Fields the pass, goes right, and that one too far in front of one Caleb Whitley. He was draped in coverage there by the senior Jimmy Pitts.
Well, and Fields takes a snap. He's looking immediately to his right. That's the short side of the field. Not as much room for the receivers to work. Out to his left, he had Pittman on the sidelines. He could have thrown it underhand, end over end, and got some yards there. He just never got a chance to look that way.
Or Storm converted their last third down in this drive. Prior to that, they had gone 1 of 4. Fields in the gun, receives the snap. Handoff Brown right up the middle, and he is taken down to the 21-yard line. I would assume, Rob, that Coach Atterbury, looking at this at 4-down territory, said, hey, let's see if we can catch the Tigers off guard, get a few yards. And now Stormer looking at 4th down and about 5.
Well, and you assume, like you said, that's the reason you call that play. You're not expecting to get 10 yards on 3rd and 10 with just a quick handoff, not even a draw look, just a quick handoff. But D.J. Brown makes it more likely.
One-on-one left side is Marquise Gray, as now they'll send Hawthorne in motion to the left. Fields receives the snap, fires to Hawthorne, has him open, but the pass was high, and a big shot delivered by Cam Pear, the safety, to break it up. So Hawthorne had it. The pass itself, though, caused Hawthorne to go up into the air rather than stay grounded, and Pear was there to break it up. Incomplete, turnover on downs.
Well, you talked about it. You got one-on-one out there to the left with Marquise Gray. You send Hawthorne in motion out there. Gray clears out, and just a wide-open look for Hawthorne there. You've got to get that ball on target and give Hawthorne a chance, and Fields unable to do so.
So 9:05 to play. And the Tigers back out on offense. They scored their first 2 possessions. Of course, the story so far has been the receiver, Dior Scott, who opened the first possession with a 39-yard pass and then caught an 80-yard touchdown reception. This play from scrimmage, a handoff to Hall, and gets nothing there. Matter of fact, loses yardage back to the 19.
Well, that's what we've seen from this defense, and certainly this interior defensive line all year. Getting penetration on the center and 2 guards and wreaking havoc on a running game. And they do it again there with the minus play.
8:35 counting down here in the second quarter. As I mentioned, Tigers scored on their first 2 possessions, but they have been silenced the 2 since then. Mongolay in the gun. Receives a snap here. Flips it out, near side, caught White, now has a little bit of running room, fumbles the football. It's down at the 30. Did he recover it in bounds? That's the question. Did he recover it in bounds? And they say no. The ball came popping out, and Ty Williams flew in on top of it, but it got out of bounds before he had possession of it.
Well, Ty Williams goes to recover the football, and it just slides out from under him. That thing's not round, Chad. And sure enough, he had it recovered, but it just slips out from underneath him, and I think it's the right call. Looks like it gets to the sideline right there, and they keep the football.
So they have it to the 30-yard line here, now with a running play to try and convert on 3rd and short. And
no,
they're going to give him a highly favorable spot here. If they have this marked at the 30, I'll be surprised. And certainly didn't get to the 31. And they give him about half a football. Wow, they gave him a very fortuitous spot there as the ball is crossed the 30. And it's somewhere between the
I didn't see
30
that.
and the 31. I didn't either.
I didn't see that. But even with the phantom spot there, you're still going to get what appears to be a punt from the Tigers. Be careful here with such a short line to gain that they don't do something tricky, even though they're in their own end.
Keep in mind, they opened the game with a wide receiver pass up 14-0. Now would be the time. But instead, they punted away. As Connor's punt, fielded by Williams. and fielded at around the 35, and that is where Southeastern will begin this drive, trailing 14-0 with 6:59 to play and immediate timeout. We'll take it with them. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Difficult times remind me to take stock of what's most important. And as a farmer's agent, I'm here for you and your family when those moments arise. I can explain your insurance options so you can select coverage that fits your needs, because I take pride in being able to help you protect the things that matter most. Call me, Al Olson, at 580-924-3898 to learn more.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
So we had a little conversation here. That fumble by East Central that went out of bounds, it appeared as though it went 2 yards forward and was then marked down. According to our rules analyst, Chad Rowland, he does referee. He says that the only time that can't happen is on 4th down. Now, that I'm not going to say that's official, but I trust Chad. 5 wide, 3 to the left. Fields receives the snap, dumps it, and had Whitley over the middle, who was being chased by the linebacker Roush, and incomplete pass there brings up 2nd and 10.
Good protection from this offensive line. Fields has got plenty of time. He's got to set his feet and actually step and throw the football as opposed to kind of fading away off of 1 foot. That's what's causing the inaccuracy right now, and had another opportunity there that goes by the wayside.
So 2nd down and 10 for Fields. He has 4 receivers out left. It is Whitley in the slot. Hawthorne is the receiver all alone to the right. And it's a design run for Fields right up the middle. He's sandwiched at the 39. Forward progress given to the 40. And then staying down on the quarterback there was Justin McCray, a freshman out of Allen, Texas. But Fields takes that hard hit, bounces back up, and it's 3rd down and 5.
Well, there's no next week to protect yourself for, I guess. And Fields said, forget the slide, man. I'm senior day. It's my last run. I'm taking all I can get, and a great job making the 3rd down.
So far, he's been the most efficient rusher today, 4 carries for 50 yards. And that is even with that touchdown run taken off the board. Fields design quarterback draw, and he'll pick up the 1st down. All the way over the 45 to the 46. And the Savage Storm move the football here. Kind of funny because you think back to last year. Now Lane Johnson, the defensive end, shaking up on the play, maybe a stinger.
Yeah, he's grabbing the back of his neck there. He's up on his knees, so that's good news, but not you never want to see that.
So 6:04 to play here in this 2nd quarter. We'll step aside as they check on the linebacker Lane Johnson. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Quality Inn and Suites in Durant is a 62-room property complete with an outdoor pool and large breakfast lounge area. Plus, guest laundry available for extended stay needs. Just 15 minutes from Lake Texoma, 10 minutes from Choctaw Casino and Resorts, and 5 minutes from the Southeastern campus. Quality Inn and Suites, Durant, whether on business, travel, a weekend getaway, or coming to town to catch the game, book your stay directly today at choicehotels.com. That's choicehotels.com for Quality Inn and Suites, Durant.
Welcome back, everyone. 6:04 remaining here in this 2nd quarter, and now Johnson is up and walking off on his own power. That's a good sign. Of course, today's broadcast brought to you by our friends at U.S. Cellular. Everyone can get the gift of connection at U.S. Cellular this holiday season. Get any phone free, and that offer good for new and current customers. Terms do apply. Visit your local U.S. Cellular corporate store, the one in Durant on University Place, or even in Idabel. U.S. Cellular, a proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. Storm have it here, first down and 10 after a 6-yard rush by the quarterback, Fields. He'll hand off. Brown, right up the gut, stumbles over the 50, and he had greenery in front if he could keep his footing. Instead, he's down at the 47 with a gain of 7.
Little bit different look on the last couple of offensive possessions, a lot more spreading out of the defense. 4 and 5 wides, trying to get this defense spread out horizontally, and they're finding some lanes with the running game here.
On a day that started out partly cloudy, we can see those clouds have moved off to the east here on this Veterans Day Saturday, and it is a sun-kissed field at Paul Laird. Handoff to Brown, runs to the left, tries to fight forward, and is going to be stopped a yard short. He's down at the 45.
Boy, it looked like he ducked under a tackle and got down to the 44, but either way, it's going to bring up a 3rd down right here, and you need to tell those big boys up front, get us a yard.
So 3rd down and 1. Savage Storm, 3 of 7 on 3rd downs. They've actually been more efficient there than East Central has been. East Central just 1 of 6, but the scoreboard is telling the story. It's 14-0 Tigers. 3rd and 1 here. Brown to the right of the quarterback, Fields. Tight formation to the left, short side of the field. Play clock gets down to 2, down to 1. They burn a timeout. Had no choice but to burn a timeout there, as time was a-wasting. And we'll take a quick glance at the numbers so far. The passing game for East Central has been pretty solid, 184 yards receiving off of 12 catches, but keep in mind they had the big one for 80 and another one, a wide receiver pass, Dior Scott finding the receiver Jace Wyatt to begin the game. So
that's 120 of it right there.
Yeah, off of 2 pass plays. Southeastern, on the other hand, the passing game has been somewhat limited, just 50 yards passing in this game for Fields, who's 5 of 15, making his first start since week 5. And the ground game has been largely buoyed by Fields, who has 56 of the team's 83 rushing yards. So both defenses, East Central's defense really kind of settled in from the get-go. It appears as Southeastern's defense has settled into this game as well, and with 4:31 to play here in the half, Savage Storm have an opportunity to cut it within a score. They get the ball to begin the second half. So back out on offense after Southeastern burns the timeout. They have 1 timeout remaining in the half. 1 receiver out left is Marquise Gray, 2 receivers to the right with Taylor in the slot. Hawthorne out to the right. Nunez, the tight end in the formation, he is off the right tackle, Maple. And here is Fields in the gun for this big 3rd and 1. Receives a snap, give to Brown, running room left side 40 to the 35, stiff arming his way out of bounds, keeps his footing. He's out at the 31, and a big run there for DJ Brown. Brown, the gain of 14 on 3rd and 1. The sticks move, the drive remains alive for Southeastern.
Well, we talked early about this running game kind of struggling, but they had to keep the threat. Well, here in the last few minutes, we've seen this running game come to life, starting with Fields and now Brown finding his room off the left-hand side for the first down.
So now 1st down and 10 at the Tiger 31-yard line. 4 wide with Whitley and Gray to the left, short side of the field. Fields receives the snap, dumps it short, has Brown, shifts past a man, tackled from behind. Hammered down inside the 30. Big tackle made by Darian Williams. A couple of times we've called his name here today, but it's a nice pickup of 4 to the 27. Brown, who has had, remember he had the big receiving game here earlier in the win against Southwestern, and in that game he had 2 receiving scores. He's been a valuable receiver out of the backfield with 17 catches and 2 scores. Here's a deep pass left side, caught Taylor inside the 10, and a 1st down and goal coming up here as Fields threads the needle and finds the redshirt freshman Victor Taylor. And for Taylor, that is his 7th reception of the season. He's gone over 100 yards this year, now down at the 8-yard line. Gain of 19 and a Southeastern 1st down, 9th play of the drive coming.
Taylor getting a little wheel look behind Gray's quick post, and he's wide open. Good run for Victor Taylor there.
Snap will come from the left hash. Back to Fields. Looks left, has Gray, and no flag.
There's a lot of contact over there.
Wow.
Looked like both of them were going for the ball, but a lot of contact.
Let's take a look at the replay here. And
oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot of contact. We'll just leave it at that. Not quite as flagrant as some others you may have seen, but a lot of contact there.
So
go back to the play before real quick, Jay. Taylor doing a great job getting on the wheel route. I just now realized Giassi Smith down here in his jersey and street clothes, so Taylor getting a chance to step up.
So here is 2nd down and goal from the 8. Fields receives the snap. Rollout play, and he's under pressure, and Johnson gets him, and they'll say he is down. So Johnson, who was shaken up earlier, the redshirt freshman from Plainview, and he was shaken up earlier on this drive with a stinger. He appears to be fine because he just tracked down Bryce Fields, and a sack will be credited to Johnson. That's his first sack of the season. Of course, as I mentioned, Tigers, they have had some bruises this season. They've had to play some younger players, just as Southeastern has. And so all of that doesn't matter here today in what is the 2nd longest running rivalry in the state of Oklahoma. Fields here on 3rd and goal. And it's a toss sweep right side. Ryan Hurt punched out of bounds at the 4-yard line. What do you do, Rob?
Well, I think you've got to get points, Jay. You talked about you getting the football to start the second half. You've got to get that 0 off the scoreboard. And as I say that, well, there maybe comes a field goal unit now.
Yeah, here comes Dylan Cox. He missed earlier from 36, but that really wasn't on him. The hold never got put down. I mean, the holder just completely mishandled it. And so here is Cox for a 21-yard attempt from the right hash, trying to end the shutout. Snap is back, hold is down, and this one is no good. Oh, my. With 1:55 to play, a chip shot field goal from Cox. He misses, and the score remains the same, 14-0. I agree with going for the field goal there.
Well, you assume that's a gimme. I mean, at bottom line, you talked about the bad hold on the miss earlier. This operation was perfect. The snap was good. The hold was down. He had every chance to make that one and just missed it. That's not one you expect to go wayward.
So now, Savage Storm defense needing to make a play here, certainly. And the Tigers come out with a different look formation-wise. They've got 3 receivers triangulated over on the right hash with Dior Scott heading the spear, so to speak, over there. Montgomery, the tailback to the right. They flash it out right side. Pass caught by Wyatt. And he has taken down Mikey Hookfin there on the open field stop. Hookfin, it's funny. We interviewed him earlier this year. He has been blowing up receivers all year long. He hasn't really gotten that opportunity the last couple of weeks. One, played Harding 2 weeks ago. You're not going to get many opportunities. Had 9 tackles in that game, by the way. Pretty good for a cornerback. People have avoided him here in recent weeks, and apparently Tigers didn't get the memo there. Loss of 1.
Got Dior Scott back, stacked down here to the left.
And now they send Montgomery out of the backfield in motion. Mongole under pressure, looking down the field, has a man, and he goes right through the tight end's hands. Jayton Franklin had slid behind all defenders. Hookfin had to retreat back, and Franklin just watched it go through his hands.
Well, and Hookfin does a good job coming off of his coverage and going back and at least affecting the receiver's eyes. But rule number 1 as a safety is stay deep as the deepest, and that's the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen these 2 safeties let people get behind them. That one, Trey Martin, it looks like.
Of course, Martin, who had dealt with injury earlier this season, we've seen him back in the lineup, son, over the last couple of weeks. Mongole in the gun here on 3rd and 11. Fires out right side, and that one incomplete. He was going toward his intended target, Jace Wyatt. And Wyatt, I don't know if the throw was off or the breakout of the pattern was off, but either way, it's incomplete, and Southeastern's defense gets him off the field with 1:01 to play here in the first half.
Well, and thank you to the Tigers for throwing the ball 3 times and stopping the clock with just one timeout. I really expected to see a draw look there just to get that last time out off the board.
So here is Connor, and he'll punt it away. And this a nice high spiraling punt. Williams will field it, will return from the 47, and he gets nothing. Great coverage down the field by Tavari Smith Jr., the redshirt freshman out of Mansville Summit. And now Southeastern will get it back again, their best starting field position of the day. But the woes here have continued. I mean, we talk about the red zone offense. 20 of 30 this season, a conversion rate of 67%. But they had 2 games they did not enter the red zone, Oklahoma Baptist and Harding. And of those 30 trips to the red zone, only 14 of those have resulted in touchdowns. That's 47%, and that doesn't include today's math, which is 0 for 1. Snap back to Fields. He's under pressure. He's going to be sacked. He is taken down. Great pressure by Prince Umami Ellen. Got that out.
You to say.
And I'm not sure I actually said it correctly, but I did stutter it out. And it is a lost play of 9. And now Southeastern will burn their final timeout with 45 seconds remaining.
Well, typically on a 2-minute drill here, you're under a minute, but you had that one timeout. You want to try to keep that timeout to use it either for the field goal kicker or later in the drive, and you want to try to get some kind of a plus play to start the drive so that gets you into that 2-minute flow. That really couldn't have gone much worse with Tidwell getting beat quickly off of the left guard, and a big lost play that not only loses yardage but also makes the clock run, so you have to use that last timeout.
Umanmi Ellen getting the first, or actually the second sack now of the day for the Tigers. And they have gotten to Fields now the last 2 drives. The first one by Johnson, really that sack was more of Fields getting out of the pocket and Johnson tracking him down. That time, Umanmi Ellen got back there and he just beat his man.
And did it quickly right off of the left guard, too.
Savage Storm this season have allowed over 20 sacks this year. Snap back to Fields on 2nd and long. They get a chunk of that yardage back to Marquise Gray, but he'll be short of the original line of scrimmage. Pass caught at the 47-yard line. And here comes 3rd down and 11. Tigers have 2 timeouts remaining, by the way. And here's Fields. He's hit as he throws, and the ball is out. It's scooped, and here comes the run. Now he fumbles it, and Southeastern will have it inside the 20. Kevion Davis, Kevion Davis picked it up, was on the run, and now here's a question. If you're East Central, do you challenge the original fumble?
Well, I think we were talking about
was the arm moving forward, and if you're East Central, do you challenge that fumble to force 4th down?
Well, at this point, it's 4th down either way. No, it'd be 1st down if they
because they had possession and lost possession. And it looked to me.
I think that's a fumble.
That is awfully close. Of course, year 1 of replay in the GAC, at least to our knowledge, has we've not seen anything overturned. Well, let me take that back. We had one call that, or actually I guess a call that was confirmed as targeting. That, though, was way back in week 1. We've not.
But it was still the call.
Yeah.
It wasn't reversed by any stretch of the imagination.
And they continue to have problems with the wireless mics, but it's what referee Glenn Williams was trying to convey is what we said, in that Kevion Davis recovered a fumble. So the Tigers then had possession. He then lost possession, and Southeastern have it 1st and 10. Handoff DJ Brown. Brown up the middle, keeps his footing, and is crunched down at the 33-yard line. It's a 1st down and a nice run there. Boy, in all the years of this matchup, it's a 15-yard game for Brown. I'm not sure that's ever happened. I'm sure it has somewhere, but
2 turnovers on 1 play.
And this
phenomenal.
one goes to the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. 14-0 our score here at Paul Laird Field in Southeastern Oklahoma State. They go in at the break, and it's been a day in which Tigers got the early start. And quarterback Jave Mangale has had a great day. He's 12 of 16 passing for 144 yards, including both scores, and an 80-yard touchdown to Dior Scott. But after the Tigers got off and running, scored on their first 2 possessions, the defense has settled in, and it's a 14-0 game as we head into the halftime break.
Well, he's 12 of 16 passing. Keep in mind he was 10 of 11 after those first 2 drives. So since then, this defense has settled in. This offense, stop me if you've heard this before, just needs to find some kind of a rhythm to complement them here in the second half.
Of course, coming up, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. The Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma opening doors for tribal members and their neighbors so that all of Oklahoma can prosper. Find out more by visiting ChoctawNation.com. Coming up, Bob Sullins will have scores from around the GAC games going on today. It's Rival Week, the Battle of the Ravine, Henderson State and Ouachita. That's the top matchup of the day on Rivalry Saturday, as Henderson State still receiving votes. They currently set 8-2 in conference play, perhaps a playoff berth on the line. Ouachita Baptist currently ranked 10th and 12th respectively. Again, the Battle of the Ravine taking place at Cliff Harris Stadium there on the campus of Ouachita Baptist. Other games going on: Oklahoma Baptist at Southern Nazarene, Monticello at Southern Arkansas, that the Battle of the Timberlands, and of course Harding at Tech and Southwestern at Northwestern, as someone has to win in Alva today. Here though, it's 14-0, and it is East Central that leads Southeastern in the Great American Classic, and it's the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show with Bob Sullins after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Choctaw culture is our everyday life. It has stood the test of time, carried from generation to generation. Our elders teach us to be curious about the world and to look for answers in tradition. We share that curiosity with our children, who will become the great minds of the future. The welcoming hands of the Chutta people extend an invitation to visit the Choctaw Cultural Center.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Home. It's a word that carries different meanings for different people. To some, home is where children are raised. To others, it's a quiet retreat shared with a faithful companion. But if you don't feel safe, home can take on a whole new meaning. At the Choctaw Nation Family Violence Prevention Program, we believe everyone deserves to feel safe, especially at home. If you or someone you know is living with domestic violence, please call 800-522-6170 or search victim support at ChoctawNation.com. We are here for you.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
Once again, back here is the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Southeastern trailing East Central 14-0 at halftime. Both of the scores coming early in the first, and kind of a defensive battle after that. Looking at some of the scores real quick, like in Division I. Let's see here. Kansas State leads Baylor 35-7. It's Florida State over Miami 7-0. Washington ahead of Utah, playing at home today. The Huskies are 10-7. Some of the finals from earlier today. The game you want to know about: Michigan rated number 3. No head coach. Jim Harbaugh not there because of the suspension. 24-15. Michigan with a victory over 10th-ranked Penn State. Number 8, Alabama, no problem with Kentucky. 49-21 the final. And kind of an upset. Number 16, Kansas, loses at home to Texas Tech. 16-13 was the final score. Coming up later today, OU at home. They play at 6 p.m. And Texas will play at 6:30 tonight. Oklahoma and West Virginia on the schedule. Texas will be at TCU. And number 15, Oklahoma State trailing Central Florida 17-0 in that one. Looking at games going on in the Great American Conference right now, just before halftime. It's Southern Arkansas leading Monticello 27-10. That game played in Magnolia. And in Alva, the Rangers lead 7-0 between winless Southwestern and Northwestern. That looks like it got a late start there. Harding dominating everybody. They're beating up on Tech today, 42-0. That one at halftime. And this is a little bit of a surprise. Not who's winning, but the score. It's in the fourth quarter. This game kicked off at 1 o'clock. Henderson leading Ouachita 31-13 is the score right now. And there's one other game going on. Southern Nazarene and Oklahoma Baptist 28-7 at halftime. Southern Nazarene with the lead in that one. Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show continues as we check out the Southeastern band performing here at halftime. Back in just a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center is your ticket to sports. Catch your favorite teams on one giant screen and 45 50-plus inch TVs with great food, atmosphere, and fun. Join Blazin' Rewards and start earning points on every order that you can use on rewards like free food and more. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. Your game is always on at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Well, the Southeastern Band putting on a presentation at halftime here for Veterans Day. The Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show continues. As we recap how this first half went, the Tigers on their first drive, they converted a couple of fourth downs, got it down in scoring range, and their first touchdown was a David Hall pass reception. First, they came out first play of the ball game. The Tigers were ready with some trickery. A little bit of trickeration. It was a double pass, and it worked. And making that set the Tigers up. That led to their first touchdown. Here's the reception by Hall. You can see he's wide open at the goal line, and that put the Tigers up 7-0 with 9:59 to go in the first quarter. Just like that, the second touchdown happened all of a sudden. It was third down, deep in their own territory. It ended up being an 80-yard touchdown catch for Scott. Dior Scott hit right in stride, never slowed down, and he takes it to the house. That made it 14-0 with 6 minutes to go in the first, and the Savage Storm threatened. They got the ball inside the 30 4 times and have no points to show for it. here at halftime. It looked like they had scored a touchdown in the first quarter on this run by Bryce Fields. As you can see, it's kind of a student body sweep play, and he makes a good cut right here. And it looks like he is just easily going to score, but they ended up throwing a flag on a block in the back, and that wiped that touchdown out. Probably the highlight play for the Savage Storm in the first half. If you look at the stats, Tigers have done all their damage on a couple of long passes. They have 190 total yards, Southeastern with 179. But passing-wise, the Tigers are 13 of 17 for 183 yards. They only have 7 yards rushing. Yeah, they have run the ball 9 times for 7 yards in the game. The Savage Storm have 98 yards rushing and 81 yards, 98 yards on the ground, 81 through the air. Bryce Fields is the leading rusher with 36 net yards. Actually, DJ Brown leads with 55 yards, but Fields is 8 of 19 for 81 yards. He's been sacked 3 times in the game. And so the Savage Storm, even though they had some chances, they had some opportunities, they missed 2 field goals. They had it at the 4-yard line when they attempted that last field goal, a chip shot. A 21-yard field goal was no good. So they've had plenty of chances, like I said, 4 times inside the 30 with no points to show for it. They'll have to improve on that in the second half. And we'll get ready for the second half coming up in just a little bit. Jay Lindley and Rob will be back. Jay and Rob in just a little bit here on the halftime show, brought to you by Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Little Big Town. Friday and Saturday, November 17th and 18th, Choctaw Grand Theater. Little Big Town. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Little Big Town, presented by Choctaw Casino Resort Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChoctawFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate-level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Choctaw Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChoctawFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling Main Street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show, where our score here at the halftime break, East Central 14, Southeastern nothing. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. And, of course, Tigers jumping out, taking those first 2 possessions, scoring. They converted a pair of 4th downs on the opening drive, capped the second drive with an 80-yard touchdown connection between Mongolay and Dior Scott. And that's been the scoring here as of this point. Funny thing is, there's one anomaly stat that bounces off the page at me. Both teams have 2 fumbles and a fumble recovery. The funny thing is, the 2 recoveries happened on the same play.
Yeah.
That's how crazy this game is.
That's where you end up.
So let's revisit the keys. They're brought to you by the Choctaw Foundation. And Rob, you started out, do not turn the ball over. Well, the Storm, they have fumbled twice, but the one that they lost, they got right back. So I think you can check mark that one at least.
You know what? We didn't get there exactly how you would want to, but somehow it's even in that area. So we'll give them how about a B+? How about that?
Of course, now one of the things you mentioned was some of the accuracy issues. We had a few of those on the drive, a couple of drives. Remember the one Hunter Hawthorne taken off of his feet. Would have been a first down conversion. Instead, it was a turnover on downs.
An accurate throw there gets you a first down, and the drive continues. It's that simple. Unfortunately, the accuracy wasn't there, and we've seen that a couple of different times from Fields earlier in the first half. I suspect they're going to get to him here at the halftime break and tell him to try to get his feet set and let the ball go with more accuracy.
Of course, the other keys, the defense staying the course. They really came out of the box on their heels, but since then have settled in, and a big focus of ours was that front seven. And how about this? Jordan Hood, Caleb High, 4 and 3 tackles respectively. That front four has been getting after it. Gardner with 3 tackles, Sims with 3 stops. Also, Horlick and Hardy each with 2 tackles. The front seven they've really settled down as far as that goes. And the only thing that really needs to happen here is for them to get a takeaway.
Yeah, that would be the obvious thing that you want to try to get this defense. And they had an opportunity. Horlick had a chance there on a tip, perhaps. It just got over the tips of his fingers. So this defense has found their footing after the early onslaught, if you will. The trick play to start the first drive and then the big play there on third down. But bottom line is this East Central offense came out of the gate, and then you've kind of found your footing defensively.
Of course,
26 plays for 190 yards, Jay. 2 of them for 119. So that means you've got 24 plays for 71 yards other than those 2 big plays.
And of course, only 7 of those rushing, averaging less than a yard per carry. Southeastern being buoyed in the ground game, but a big part of that production coming late in the first half. They had 98 yards rushing. It's been fairly even, at least the second quarter, between DJ Brown and the quarterback Bryce Fields. But really the big play in this game, mishaps for the Savage Storm. They had a 63-yard touchdown taken off of the board, a holding penalty that negated that run. Storm would settle for a field goal. It would be a 36-yard miss, and then on top of that, they missed another. Of course, we were having the discussion about, it would be a 1-point game. Not really. It would be still at this point would be setting in the ballpark of 14-10, because you never would have had that one missed field goal opportunity. But nonetheless, those things, it's the difference in 14-6 or 14-10. Either way you want to cut it.
Well, the bottom line is it's a one-score game without that mistake.
So 14-0 our score. We conclude the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Second half around the corner on the Southeastern Sports Network.
What sets Arnett Insurance apart? 11 agents, each with at least a decade and a combined 274 years of experience. As an independent insurance agency, the staff at Arnett Insurance has the means to find rates that fit your lifestyle and budget. You'll find a variety of insurance companies working for your business: home, life, auto, and commercial. Insurance working for you. What a concept. Arnett Insurance, 1116 West Main, and online at arnettinsurance.com. That's arnettinsurance.com.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Welcome back, everyone. Wrapping up the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. The great setup provided by Bob Sullins. At times, we're able to hear him, and at times, whenever he's arguing with his cameraman, we're able to unhear him, which is what we've done right now. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson while they sort out whatever's going on down there in their booth. Let's reset things. It is time to take a look at your current temperatures. It's brought to you by our friends at Shelburne Heating and Air.
Well, it's 64 degrees at kickoff. 64 degrees now. 7 miles an hour wind out of the east at kickoff. 7 miles an hour out of the wind out of the east even now. The big difference is the overcast look is cleared up and very, very few clouds in the sky, so it's even gotten a little prettier from a weather standpoint.
Of course, there is a look at the current field conditions. Of course, the coin toss won by the Savage Storm. Deferred to the second half. They'll have the ball trailing 14-0. All brought to you by our friends at Shelburne Heating and Air. Your choice for all your residential and commercial needs, service, and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com. Time for our final second half U.S. Cellular kickoff of 2023. Get the gift of connection this holiday season from U.S. Cellular. Right now, new and current customers get any phone free. Terms do apply. Visit uscellular.com for details. And also, be sure to enter for your chance for a distraction-free vacation. By the way, I'm taking one at the tail end of next week. No Bob in my life. But it's not that. You can go to 20kvacay.com to enter in for your chance to win. And here comes the second half, and it is a kickoff from Uzzi, a high end-over-end kick. Fielded by Whitley at the 12, brought out up the left seams. He's upended there. Nice open field tackle made by Jalen Hendricks, the former Denison Yellow Jacket, making that stop. And Southeastern will have the ball to begin the second half, and here comes Bryce Fields back out onto the field at quarterback. Had some assumptions there might be a change. We saw Kane Donovan warming up, but it is Fields, the senior, getting the opportunity here. And Southeastern will begin this drive at the 23-yard line. And here is Fields. He'll hand off here. Brown whittling into the line. The Storm, who have struggled running the ball this season, Rob. They average just 3.6 yards a carry for the year. They averaged 4.5 yards a carry in that first half, and they seem to have found something here.
Well, absolutely. And you know what? Going back, you talked about the season average. You go back to those first 2 or 3 games where they really had zero running threat. You've seen nothing but improvement in that area, and it would certainly be good tool to have here in the second half.
So here is second down and 5. Fields looking to pass. Steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle, incomplete. Went toward Hawthorne, well covered there by Tavari Smith. Smith was all over him, and it's third down and 5. Clock stopped, 14-18 to play here in this third quarter. Storm, they racked up some yards. That's been kind of the thing, though, for them this season. You get a lot of empty yards at times.
Well, it's a big third down here, and you just can't afford to go 3 and out right here. You've got to try to convert here and get a drive going.
So here is third and 5. Fields in the gun, receives the snap, looks left, fires, going toward Taylor. It's too high. It's incomplete, and no flag to rescue Southeastern here. And 3 and out to begin the second half, and it's kind of what we saw last week, Rob.
Absolutely, and again, you know, I don't want to pick on Bryce Fields. Look, he's had a long career, and today's going to be probably the last football game he's going to play in his life. But at the end of the day, you look back there in the backfield as he lets that ball go, and 70% of the weight is on his back foot. He's just not coming through and letting the ball go, and as a result, the ball's high and inaccurate.
So here is a dangerous man in Dior Scott. 12 punt returns for 147 yards this year. He'll field at the 22, and he'll go over the 25 to about the 27 as Matt Nunez and Donovan McKnight down on the play. And East Central's offense will come out for the first time here in the second half. with a 14-0 lead.
Yeah, good coverage on the punt. ECU came out to open the first half with some trickeration. I wonder if they didn't get together a couple more here at the halftime break and be aware defensively.
We're talking about the wide receiver pass from Dior Scott to Jace Watt. It was a 39-yard completion on the first play of the game. And here is Mongolay, quarterback. He has been solid today, 13 of 17. This time a handoff, though, to Demarion Montgomery. Montgomery picking up a few, the junior from Macomb, Mississippi, and makes his way out to the 32-yard line, gain of 5.
Yeah, that's just an easy handoff up to the middle there, and there's not even any trap look or anything. They're just a man on a man and ended up getting a decent gain on first down.
Two receivers right, tied in to the right side of the line. Snap comes from the left hash. And it's back to Montgomery. This time, though, nothing going there. They lose a yard back to the 31-yard line. Martin, the safety, tied up there in that pile for a moment. Credit the tackle to big number 90. Javion Gardner, the senior from Pensacola, Florida, was a Garden City Bronco, played there at Garden City Community College before making his way down here to Southeastern, was a part of their JUCO National Championship team. And he got the tackle there. He's had quite the career here, 61 career tackles, 12 tackles for a loss, and there's, for this season, his third tackle for a loss. So a big third down, snap back to Mongolay. He's under pressure, he dumps it short to Montgomery, and he left Montgomery.
Wishes he didn't.
I know, he left Montgomery out to dry as Braden Winters, the sophomore from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. We haven't said Winters' name a lot today. We had said it 47 times, though, this season. 47 tackles, including 9 for a loss. He had 9 tackles last week, was one of our Durant Lumber hard hat winners.
Well, the initial look for on that third down there was a pump look to the right. He wanted to get somebody going deep. Great discipline from the defensive backfield to stay on those receivers and force this throw short.
Here's a high spiraling punt. Williams calls for a fair catch and fields it just inside the 30. And Southeastern's offense will return, and we will too. But after this media timeout, Storm trail 14-0 early in the third on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant Lumber Company, your only locally home-owned lumber and true value hardware store at 115 South 3rd Street, has been a supporter of our community's local schools and athletes for over 100 years. You know Durant Lumber for all of their high-quality building materials. Now, get to know Durant Lumber for all of your game day needs with Traeger grills, wood pellets, outdoor furniture, and more. Durant Lumber in the heart of downtown Durant. Quality products, competitive prices. Durant Lumber Company. Behind every project is a true value.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
40-yard punt reverses the field. Savage Storm have it at the 29-yard line. Their second possession of the second half, and no doubt about it, Southeastern has left points on the board here today. They trail 14-0, and time is running out on the 2023 season here for Southeastern, and needing a drive of sorts to get back into this one. Fields in the gun, has the tailback Brown to his right. They go to the ground game. Brown up the middle, rumbles over the 30. Down to the 31. It's a pickup of 2, second down and 8 on the way.
Well, the defensive tackle makes that play there, big number 93, and it didn't even look like they blocked him. It looked like he jumped around the block on that slant, was still able to recover and get a hold of the running back there just as he came across the line of scrimmage.
So second down and 8. Hawthorne out to the right, short side of the field, has Victor Taylor, the redshirt freshman, in the slot, and it's Whitley and Gray out here to the left, wide side of the field. Fields receives a snap. Pressure in his face. Goes deep. The pass is short and almost picked off. Safety coming over was Jimmy Pitts, and Pitts gave a diving effort at what would have been the first interception of the day for either side.
Well, one of two things for Fields there. He's clearly looking to get a target to Marquise Gray, and I don't blame him. Ball's either got to come out sooner and be on a line, or wait that long and put some air under it and let Gray run underneath it. Kind of came in between the two, waited too long, and then put the ball on a line, and it was short to the receiver.
Well, and a little bit in his defense, and you talked
about
about
the pressure too.
I was about to say the inability for him to kind of step into the throw. That was really the case there, as he had Darian Williams in his face, I believe. Here's Fields looking to run here, scramble play, and he gets hit hard. The headgear comes flying off, and Bryce Fields pops up hoping that he made enough for a first down, but he's going to be held a couple of yards short.
Well, we got a helmet flying over there, which even though he's just
Tiger lost a shoe.
You got a shoe blown over here. We got our pets' heads are falling off. It's unbelievable.
And we've got a injured Tiger, and that injury away from the big collision we saw there with Fields helicoptering, but it's fourth down and short. Well, we'll step aside while they check on the Tiger that has shaken up Gio Waller, the junior, who's been all over Marquise Gray today. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
I am more than a maker.
I'm more than an outdoorsman.
More than a protector.
Than a graduate.
Than a princess. An athlete.
A pastor.
I am more than a warrior.
Chata Elifina Chili.
Chata Elifina Chili.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
We are the Choctaw Nation, and together we're more.
With Chevy Silverado and Silverado HD, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. With the power of up to 36,000 pounds of max available towing and the confidence of an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen. Whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado for you. Get 0% financing, plus make no monthly payments for...
Cutting it a bit short, the injury for Waller. He makes his way off the field. But curious as to why that wasn't targeting on Fields. As Jackson Nally out to punt, they then run into Nally. There's no flag there. And Dior Scott's on the run, trying to make a cut near side, and then it's taken down at the 27-yard line. So Nally is ran into, and now Nally wants an explanation from the referee because Seth Aguilera came in and rolled into Nally. So the last two plays, and I am curious as to why there wasn't targeting on the Fields play. He obviously got hit in the head. You can see the replay right here as, he leads with the shoulder. He hits him in the head, obviously, or he doesn't lose the helmet. There is a flag, but the flag is at the 50-yard line. And so it's not in the vicinity of what would be running into the kicker.
It doesn't appear it's going to be something that's going to change the possession issue, but it might be a hold out there. And I'm right there with you looking at the replay again on Fields. Obviously, he hits him in the head. Otherwise, his helmet doesn't go flying 5 yards.
And let me say this, too. I don't think he intentionally did it.
No, certainly not.
I don't think it was by. That's what I was about to say. But by the letter of the rule, I don't think he intentionally did anything there. I think Fields was just in the air, and that was the contact that happened. But again, and our rules analyst here, Chad Rowling, is jotting down a note for me. And apparently he's saying that they have to launch, but he left his feet. He left his feet. I'm glad I'm not an official. So unsportsmanlike face mask is the call out on the field as we continue to show that replay. And that goes against the Tigers. So while it won't affect the possession, it will affect the position, and this should move the Tigers.
I see what you did there. A little play on words. Nice job.
Should move them back inside the 20.
I've never heard of a dead ball face mask. I don't know how you do that. We have to be the only broadcast in the GAC that's got a rules analyst.
Yeah. may have to hire.
Kind of killing it right now.
We would have. If we could only
got our own Mike Pereira right here.
If we could only get him out of the deer woods this time of year. This is the first time we've had him in the booth with us all year. So they're figuring things out. The ball is spotted at the 28-yard line.
Where it was at the dead ball. I don't understand.
Yeah, they haven't done anything yet. Yeah, he only motioned toward East Central. He didn't say unsportsmanlike both ways offsetting. So, okay, I'm not quite sure what we just saw here, and our rules analyst, Chad Rowland, isn't either.
Just forget they ever did anything. The punt was dead ball right there. None of that matters. It's first down, whatever.
Yeah. We start at the 28. Mongolay in the gun. Hendricks, the tight end in motion, lines up to the left. They'll hand off, near side run Montgomery. He's crunched by the safety Williams. Down at the 31-yard line, it is a gain of 3.
Well, obviously ECU wants to come out here in the second half leading by 2 scores. I mean, not to be mean, but they're not terribly scared of Southeastern's offense. They just want the clock to run and try to get to shorten this game a little bit here in the second half. Defense has been decent, but they're going to have to get off the field and probably do it stopping the run.
See, though, if they take a shot toward their number 4, who's had the big game so far. Mongolay in the pistol. Handoff to Montgomery, and Montgomery lowers his head. He is upended by Joseph Jones, the junior out of Baytown, Texas. And down at the 34-yard line with another gain of 3. Here's third and a very manageable 4 yards coming up.
But again, 2 runs in a row, just keeping that clock moving. It's a little early to start taking the air out of the ball. But at the same time, this ECU offense looks content to just ground this one out a little bit. And a lot of cushion over there on the left-hand side for third and 4.
Yes. Scott, the receiver in the left slot with the tight end Hendricks lined up to that side as well. Mongolay comes near side, pass incomplete. Intended for Jace White, his 6'2 target went off his fingertips. He was guarded by Joseph Jones, and the incompletion will bring the punt team back out.
Well, and it looks like that's probably something that Winters and the corner over here saw on film, because as soon as they went to line up pre-snap, Winters was lined up underneath the potential slant route and playing the out clearly from the corner. There was really nowhere for him to throw the football.
Williams, who hasn't had many opportunities today, he is back at the 30-yard line. And this kick away from Reese Connor. And Williams does it again. I really don't know how he does it, but he does it. And he makes the catch with oncoming traffic and Elijah Thibodeau running right by him. And Southeastern will get it back again, and will have decent starting field position again. This drive beginning at their own 34-yard line with 9:20 to go.
Well, we've got the offensive struggle waltz going here. 3 plays and out, 3 plays and out, 3 plays and out. And now Southeastern gets theirs turn, and hopefully they can change that trend.
I'll take a 1 play and out. I'm
all
about a 76-yarder.
Be better.
Well, no, a 76-yarder is what I'm thinking. Here's a handoff, Ryan Hurt. Hurt keeps going, the little fire hydrant that could, out to the 41-yard line. It is a gain of 7, and he has been fun to watch this season. 251 yards rushing, second only to his 291 a year ago, but he's got 5 rushing scores this season. And it's second down and 4. Back to Hurt. Hurt up the middle. Hurt over the 40, and he's going to be stopped about a yard short. We'll see if they give him credit to around the 43. They do. It's a gain of 2. And here is third down and 1. Southeastern just 4 of 12 today on third downs.
Well, that's not good enough. Bottom line, they've got to convert right here. We talked about the 3-and-out trend here in the second half, and this offense needing to stop it. 1.5 yards, guys, and maybe even 4-down territory if it has to be.
2 receivers right. Handoff Hurt. Hurt into the pile. Hurt taken down at the beyond the line to gain. I thought he had it anyway, but he's down at the 45-yard line. It's a first down for Southeastern, and they'll move the sticks.
For those of us that are old enough to remember the Moose, Daryl Moose Johnston, he'd catch that little swing pass. There could be one guy between him and the end zone. He's running into that guy every single stinking time. That's Ryan Hurt. Now, the good news is he runs into that guy and moves him 3 yards and does it there for a first down.
2 receivers right. It's the big set with Deuce Pittman and Hawthorne out that way. They hand off here to Hurt, and he rips off a gain of 3 to the 48-yard line.
It's the Ryan Hurt show, boys and girls. He's a shortest distance between 2 points. If I want to get to that end zone, the best way to do it is straight ahead, and he gets another 3 there.
Clock moving, 7:24 to play. This is the 3rd possession of the quarter for Southeastern. They had it to begin the quarter. Snap back to Fields. He looks left, now back right, fires, pass caught. Hawthorne slips away, 40, 35, and pushed out of bounds. Pittman got a little extra block over there on the far side. Be careful, sir. Out at the 31-yard line. And it is a nice gain of 21 and a first down.
Well, credit Hawthorne for coming back to the football, because once again, Bryce Fields kind of letting that go off his back foot as opposed to getting that shoulder and hip into it. Hawthorne comes back for the ball, makes a nice move, yards after catch, and you're kind of moving here.
Hawthorne closing in. He's having a big day so far. He's the leading receiver to this point. Snap back to Fields. He looks Hawthorne's way, fires, and they hit him right in the chest. And if he hauls that in, he's taking it home. And that, we'll see on the replay that it may have been tipped. But
either way, that one hit him right between the ones. I understand it makes it different if it gets deflected here, and we'll see as Fields lets it go here. Oh, yeah, the defender coming across there deflected it right before it got to him.
2nd down and 10, 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, back to Hurt in the ground game. Hurt up the middle, Hurt down to the 26-yard line, although they have him at the 27, and I'm not quite sure how.
Yeah, I don't either. You know what? Whatever. It doesn't hurt to help to complain, so I won't. But it sure looked like he got down to the 26, would have made this a 3rd and 5. Either way, 3rd and 5 or 6, either one. Need to convert, keep this drive going.
Closing in on 6 minutes remaining here in the 3rd. Nunez, the tight end, lined up on the left side, wide side of the field. They have Pittman in the left slot with Gray out wide left. Fields, and the play clock down to 4, receives the snap, give to Hurt, right up the middle, and he backpedals his way near a first down. He has it at the 20-yard line. A gain of 7, where the last 4, he was backpedaling into the Tiger line.
Fireplug comes back out of there. I'm not sure. He must have blinders on, man. There's just no turn at all. He is going that direction, and I dare you to try to stop it.
Bad news, back in the red zone. Stormer 1 of their last 4 trips to the red zone. Snap back to Fields, looks right toward Hawthorne, deep pass, and incomplete. In coverage was Lino Odenot, and Odenot was there step for step, had safety help over the top with Tavari Smith.
Looked like an accurate pass, would have been a difficult catch. I think Hawthorne would look at that replay and say it's one he should have gotten, but that said, credit Fields there. That's an accurate throw. He's putting it out there where only his receiver can get to it. Unfortunately, Hawthorne just not able to stretch out and get it over there on the sidelines.
So here is 2nd down and 10. And here's Marquise Gray out to the left side. A little reverse here for Victor Taylor. He's running right side, gets a big block from Fields. And Fields absolutely blows up a defensive lineman and then stares him down. Wow.
And the defensive lineman is down and injured right here. Look at 12. It's a linebacker. Bang. That's not a little block either. That's a decleater from the quarterback. You're not going to see that very often.
I'm going to say that is what you call a rivalry block from Bryce Fields. You don't see quarterbacks ever do that. And now shaken up down on the far side of the field is P.J. Tefule, and we'll step aside for this injury timeout. 4:53 to play in the 3rd. Storm trying to get on the scoreboard, down 14-0. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
I am more than a maker.
I'm more than an outdoorsman.
More than a protector.
Then a graduate.
Then a princess. An athlete.
A pastor.
I'm more than a warrior.
Chata Elifinachili.
Chata Elifi Nachili.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
We are the Choctaw Nation, and together we're more.
With Chevy Silverado and Silverado HD, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. With the power of up to 36,000 pounds of max available towing and the confidence of an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen. Whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado free.
Well, we had a Chevrolet commercial, and the drive right now going well for the Storm, but it's 3rd down and 5. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. And here's Fields in the gun. He has the tailback DJ Brown to his left. Pressure being shown off the right edge. Fields to pass. Goes, has a man caught. Hawthorne with the touchdown. As Southeastern Oklahoma State on the scoreboard, and to our left, Carson Green, the offensive coordinator, just jumped into the air and hit his head on the glass above us here at the press box at Paul Aird Field, and Southeastern is on the scoreboard for the first time today. It's 14-6.
Well, credit Fields there for a great accurate throw over the middle. Put it right in the right spot. Good hands catch from Hawthorne. He's in the end zone. I don't know if Fields is celebrating or relieved.
Cox for the extra point. It's good, and it's 14-7, 4:23 to play here. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Clint Markham is your one-stop shop in Durant for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Clint Markham is ready to help. Call 580-924-8888 for your surprisingly great rates today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums may vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
We recently asked listeners to describe the Super Nachos off the Taco Casa's Super Menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the Super Nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the Super Menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Welcome back, everyone. Our U.S. Cellular kickoff. We're checking on the coaches next to us.
No timeout for injuries over there.
He's fine, and the class is fine. And here's your U.S. Cellular kickoff. It's 14-7. We'll have your scoring drive after this, as Nallie's U.S. Cellular kickoff fielded at the 10. Brought out over the 15, 20, big running room, and then that dissipates. And a great tackle over there by the former Denison Yellow Jacket, Datarian Johnson, and now things get a little heated as Johnson held on for dear life to make that tackle. And while they sort this out, here's Rob Johnson with a Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. First one of the day for Southeastern.
Well, Southeastern finally breaks the seal, as they say. 11 plays, 66 yards. The last 15 of it you see right there from Fields to Hawthorne for the touchdown, and they bring it in to within one score at 14-7.
Of course, that brought to you by our friends at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Don't miss the Chevy Red Tag Bonus Cash event going on now. And this holiday season, do more together in a new Chevy. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. By the way, Hunter Hawthorne just 15 receiving yards away from 1,000 for his career after that touchdown reception, which was the 5th of his career. So this drive begins 4:16 from their own 32. Handoff left side, it's Hall. Hall getting out to the edge, no gain on the play. Mikey Hookfin making that tackle. They may give him a yard there. The thing that is interesting here is now, you talked a while ago, Rob, about ECU may be able to take the air out of the ball a little bit. Now things have changed. It's a one-score game.
Well, we don't have time to do it, but I'll get to it after this play, but I remember a game a couple years ago that looked similar to this the other way.
2nd down and 9 here. Snap back to Mongolay. Handoff Hall has running room and then is taken down. Williams able to take the top while Cameron Pumphrey, the former South Hill Scorpion, taking the bottom, and that play. Picks up 4. Here's a big third down for East Central.
Yeah, this is a big third down. Go back a couple of years, Southeastern broke out and then kind of turned off the gas there late in that game and ended up getting caught. Looks like ECU might have done the same thing here, and they're trying to get that faucet turned back on right now.
Lost that game 30-28. It was the second of 3 in a row won by East Central. Dior Scott, most dangerous man on the Tiger offense, in motion to the right. Mongole fires it short. It's incomplete. Cam Tate all over Isaiah Wilhoit, and he is shaken up now. Kind of came down weird on his shoulder there, and that is going to send out the punter again.
Well, and that, again, you've got two runs. ECU trying to take the air out of the football and shorten the game, but 2 runs that bring up a 3rd and 5. Back to the first half, the 2 things that got ECU ahead in this football game was the aggression with the big plays and not doing it here early in the second.
7th straight possession that has ended with Reese Connor coming out to punt away. And Andre Williams is back to return. And he gets away a high, spiraling punt, a beauty. Williams will field it, and it's muffed, but there to save the day, holy cow, was Caden Carter. Carter, I mean, right place, right time. That ball was loose. We talked about the job that Williams has done all day. That time he let the ball get into his body, and it ricocheted out. But fortunately for Southeastern fans, right into the lap of Caden Carter, who was coming down the field.
Well, very fortunate to have retained possession there. And you could see Williams wanted to try to make a big play. The attitude has certainly changed now with the success on that last drive. See if we can keep it going here.
1st down and 10 from their own 29. Handoff Brown up the middle. Brown over the 30, taken down. A few yards gained to the 32.
Well, you talk about that last drive. It ended with the 15-yard touchdown pass, but the catalyst there was Ryan Hurt in the running game there for about 5 or 6 plays in a row that kind of got some confidence into this offense, trying to keep it going there with DJ Brown.
So 2:29 and counting down here in this third quarter. Southeastern was held scoreless through the first little bit. Snap back to Fields. He goes right. Hawthorne's way. Pass is caught. And with that grab, Hawthorne out of bounds at the 47-yard line. He needed 15. That's exactly 15. And welcome to the 1,000-yard club, Hunter Hawthorne.
Well, you know what? He deserves it. That kid's been nothing but a warrior for this Savage Storm team for the last 3 or 4 years. And deserves to get to that mark. Congratulations, Hunter.
Think about that group. He and Pittman and Gray, all members of that group. Handoff DJ Brown, and Brown stops short of midfield, although he may get a very fortuitous spot. And if I'm going to be critical about some of East Central's spots, I'm going to point out that one. I thought he was down around the 49, but they mark him at the 50.
Well, the old 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Now it's a cloud of tire pellets, but either way, Southeastern content to keep this running game an issue.
Clouds now beginning to block out the sun, and a handoff to Brown right up the gut over the 50-40 into the secondary and down to the 35, a gain of 15, longest run of the day for DJ Brown.
Well, we talked about how the attitude on this Savage Storm sidelines changed a little bit with the success on that last offensive drive. You look over to the other side and you see some hands on hips and not a lot of emotion out of this ECU team right now.
Brown now over 80 yards rushing on the day. 1st down and 10 at the 35. Fields receives the snap, goes left toward Marquise Gray.
Oh my God!
Being held, and finally a flag comes in, and thank goodness Rob stopped it. Gosh, thank you, FCC. Rob, calm down, buddy.
Sorry, my goodness. I think that's illegal in Oklahoma, what he just did. That might be a felony.
So the interference on Marquise Gray, and he still almost hauled in the catch, will move the ball down. And then, guys, Rob's been with me for a while.
I don't do that very often.
He does not, and I'll say this. When I turned and looked at him, I thought he was about to have an aneurysm.
I'm okay.
Face was redder than
At least I'm not bleeding.
Some of the water bottles down on the field. My goodness, Rob.
Well,
1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line. 4 wide, 2 to each side, and tight coverage on Marquise Gray. Fields receives the snap. He looks Gray's way, now back to the right. Now it's flushed out, throws off of his back foot, finds Deuce Pittman inside the 10. It's caught by Pittman, and Pittman, who has been quite silent in this offense the last couple of weeks, here on Senior Day, has the Storm set up first and goal at the 8.
Well, we've talked about the struggles in the red zone. No time for that now. We've seen this running back issue get better, too, so hopefully they can use it here.
Snap back to Fields, goes left toward Gray, and incomplete. Incomplete pass, well covered over there by Terry Adda-Peters. And it stops the clock with 20 seconds remaining.
Love to see, you got a lot of main coverage here this close to the end zone. Would love to see some crossing route right there. It's in the slot guy to the corner and let Gray come on a slant. I think you'd have an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown, but I'm no OC. We'll see what happens.
So 20 seconds remaining. Hawthorne is the receiver all alone to the right, and Ryan Hurt is the tailback with a tight end. And Matt Nunez on the left side of the line. They move Hurt to that side. Snap will come from the right hash. Play clock down to 2. Fields gives to Hurt, runs right side 5. Hurt bounces off of it into the end zone. Touchdown Southeastern. Ryan Hurt from 8 yards out, and the Storm are a point away from knotting it up at 14 all.
Well,
and granted, next door, no glass is shattered, and the coaches kept their feet.
Well, I owe Mr. Hurt an apology. I said he only had one direction he could go. Great jump cut there to get out to the edge and then bounce off a tackle and get into the end zone.
14 seconds remain in Southeastern after being quiet all day on offense. They have put together back-to-back scoring drive. Cox on for the all-important extra point. And we are tied. The Great American Classic, as good as advertised, late here in the third, tied 14 all. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Holiday Inn Express IHG Durant is the champion's choice, conveniently located just off Highway 75 near restaurants and shopping. Holiday Inn Express Durant has 98 rooms, complete with a business center and conference room for work and a pool and a hot tub for play. Only 2 miles from the Southeastern campus and just 10 minutes from Choctaw Casino Resorts. Book your stay today at ihg.com. That's ihg.com. Holiday Inn Express Durant, proud partner of Southeastern Sports Network.
Home. It's a word that carries different meanings for different people. To some, home is where children are raised. To others, it's a quiet retreat shared with a faithful companion. But if you don't feel safe, home can take on a whole new meaning. At the Choctaw Nation Family Violence Prevention Program, we believe everyone deserves to feel safe, especially at home. If you or someone you know is living with domestic violence, please call 800-522-6170 or search victim support at choctawnation.com. We are here for you.
Here's your U.S. Cellular kickoff from Nally, fielded by Scott at the 1, brought out over the 5. 10 moving out to the left side, and hurdles a man. 15 coming back near side. Here's dangerous Dior Scott out to the 30, taken down finally, and tackled there by Matt Howard, and East Central getting a little boost from Dior Scott. U.S. Cellular get the gift of connection this holiday season at U.S. Cellular, where right now new and current customers get any phone free. Terms do apply. Visit uscellular.com for details. Here's your Texoma Chevy dealer Southeastern scoring drive recap.
2 drives in a row. The latest one, 7 plays, 71 yards, 2 minutes and 39 seconds off the clock. And Ryan Hurt, the fire plug, finishes it off with an 8-yard touchdown run to tie it up.
Last play of the third quarter, Storm 14 unanswered. Swing pass out to the left to Hall. It's caught. Now has some running room. Cam Tate with a shoestring tackle, and that'll end the quarter. We head to the fourth, knot it all up. Back after this from Paul Laird Field on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Dollaritas are back at your neighborhood Applebee's all this month.
Pair with any great items off the Applebee's menu, like the quesadilla burger or the bourbon chicken and shrimp. Plus, right now, $5 spooky sips with Dracula's juice or the tipsy zombie. Only for a limited time at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant. 1001 West Side Drive, open till midnight Sunday through Thursday, and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
Today's broadcast brought to you by your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Don't miss the Chevy Red Tag Bonus Cash event going on now at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. And make the most of your holiday season in a strong, capable Chevy Silverado or a tech-savvy Chevy Equinox. Do more together in a new Chevy. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Mongolay fires high, and if Cam Tate's not looking for the kill shot, Southeastern has the football because Tate could have got a tip drill interception. Dior Scott, it went off his fingertips. But now
it went off his hands, and I'll tell you why it went off his hands, because he felt 32 coming for those ribs and said, I'm not leaving those things exposed anymore. You know what? I don't blame you, bro. But that said, big third down here.
3rd down and 7. East Central just 1 of 10 on 3rd downs today. Remember, they converted 2 of 2 on 4th down on their first scoring drive of the game. Mongolay in the gun, receives the snap, looking to pass. And he's looking, still looking, now rushed. Sims giving chase, throws on the run, and there's Dior Scott. Big receiving play for Dior Scott all the way inside Southeastern territory at the 45. On 3rd and 7, it's a 20-yard reception for Dior Scott, who has hit the century mark in receiving today.
Scramble drill there.
Snap back to Mongolay. Quick pass, right side, and now a little bubble screen action taken off of his feet on the far side of the field. Jacob Martin, the tight end from Georgetown, Texas.
Second first down in a row that they've started the series with that same look. Again, get ready, because eventually they're going to release one of those blockers and try to get him down the sideline.
Pickup of 7 brings up 2nd and 3. Back out to Dior Scott. He'll slip a tackle, come near side, stop. There's a flag, and I'm not sure what the flag is on.
I think it's going to be holding on 24.
We got our rules analyst up here calling it for us, and it'll be the running back Montgomery who gets his hand caught in the cookie jar there, and that will negate. It wouldn't have been a first down, I don't think. I think he slipped up a yard short, but it will take yards away from East Central, and it'll create a 2nd and long situation, 2nd and 13 to be exact, as they spot it back at the 38.
Well, we've talked about the last couple of series for the Tigers. They've had basically 2 or 3 runs in a row and content to punt the football. This drive, exactly the opposite. I don't think we've seen a running play yet on this drive, and now with 2nd and 13, you expect to stay in the air.
3 receivers left, as it is Scott in the left slot. Mongolay in the gun, snap from the right hash, receives the snap, play action, pressure in his face. He's going to be sacked. Take it down. It's Javion Gardner. Takes him down, and there is a flag back there as well.
I think they held Javion Gardner and then let go, and he got to the quarterback. So that might be one you would decline, because obviously with the loss of yardage, you'd rather them lose the down as well, and you see it on that replay there. They just grabbed a big old handful of jersey on Javion Gardner. He broke the tackle effectively and got to the quarterback to bring up a big 3rd down and a cab ride here.
And the sack results in a loss of 7. If Atterbury elects to decline, it will make it 3rd and a mile here. Be 3rd and 20 to be exact. So Javion Gardner, the senior, he's had a couple of tackles for a loss today. Last week had 7 tackles and 2 sacks. That's his 4th sack of the season. 13-40 and counting here in the 4th. And here is 3rd and 20 facing East Central.
3rd and 20, you want to get some pressure on the quarterback. Don't let him sit around and use a scramble drill.
They go light at the end position with Shanks and Pumphrey as your DNs here. Snap back to Mongolay. He'll dump it short. And making the catch is Hall, but holding on for dear life is Winters, and he's brought down short of midfield. Southeastern gets him off the field. The clock continues to run here early in the 4th, but we're tied 14-all, and momentum is wearing royal blue right now.
In a big fat way, it sure is. Now let's go back to the 2nd and 4. The throw out here to the edge to Scott that would got him down to what would probably been a 3rd and 1 or 2. That becomes 3rd and 20 and a punt. as opposed to a 3rd and 1 or 2 that might have even been 4-down territory. Huge swing in momentum there, and as you said, it continues to throw on the royal blue side right now.
And here is again Reese Connor on to punt. He gets away a line drive that sends Williams back inside the 15. Fair caught by Williams. And Southeastern will have a chore ahead. It is at the 12-yard line. We'll go ahead and leave it right here. Remind you all, Choctaw Casino Resort and the league, your place for your game day festivities, the 100-foot video board. And
see you in a little bit, by the way.
Yeah, our post-game hangout tonight, our postseason hangout, Rob. We put a high school season in the books last week. We put a college one in the books this week. And Choctaw Casino Resort, your place for all your game day fun. And in addition to that 100-foot video board, they've got great deals every game day, $5 16-ounce domestics. I have a feeling my buddy Chad Rowland may be partaking in one or two of those tonight. And they also have opportunities for you to play Pick'em, including with the Dallas Mavericks. You can pick against the spread 2 hours before tip-off. In any Mavericks game, your chance to win $10 in free play all season long. Speaking of which, how about those Mavericks last night? Put up 144 points.
Took James Harden and his Clippers to the woodshed is what they did.
So now, after leading, or trailing I should say, the entire game, Southeastern now tied for the first time after back-to-back scoring drives. They go back to the ground game. They go back to Ryan Hurt. And Hurt hammered down at the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 8 for Ryan Hurt. 2nd down and 2 on the way.
Well, I'll tell you something. We've seen the offense wake up here in the second half, and it's no coincidence that it's done that with an effective running game here in the last couple of drives to really change the momentum.
Fields in the gun on 2nd down and 2. They'll go back to Hurt. Hurt back of the middle. 1st down over the 25. Keeps it swinging. Right side. 35-40. Now to midfield. Right sideline. 35. 25. Pushed out of bounds from behind by Terry Ada Peters. And if it's not for Peters, you can ring up the fight song. All the way down to the 22-yard line. It's the longest run of the year. And it's a 52-yard gain for Ryan Hurt. Well, Hurt's previous long was 47.
Well, he increased it right there. You see him get here to the edge, and that's his top gear right there, and he's able to get down the sidelines and pick up big yards.
30-second timeout on the field called by the officials, and it was Marquise Gray that filled things up. You can check it out on the replay here as Gray locked up with the defender Gio Waller, and that set the edge for Ryan Hurt in the longest rush play this season. The previous long was a 55-yarder. That was Hurt against Southwestern. And now Southeastern knocking on the door here with 11:38 to play.
Well, something we've seen a lot from a Savage Storm perspective, certainly in the last few weeks, is where this offense comes out, does 3 or 4 3-and-outs in a row, and the Savage Storm defense gets worn out. You're seeing it the other way right now. The last 4 drives for ECU have been 3-and-out, 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 6-and-out, and that defense is getting tired right now, and Savage Storm taking advantage of it with this physical running game.
1st down and 10 now at the Tiger 22-yard line. Snap back to Fields, give to Brown, into the pile, nothing going there. Picks up maybe a yard.
Well, it's easy to say, but I sure wish Fields had been able to pull that ball, because if he does, he's moonwalking to the end zone right now. Not a whole lot of people out there, and he's got Hunter Hawthorne in front of him to block, so he probably gets into the end zone. That said, you continue to press this physicality right now.
Southeastern up to 237 yards rushing. It's the most rushing they've had in a game this season. 2nd down and 9. At the 21-yard line, Fields in the gun, receives the snap, give it to Brown, up the middle. Brown down to the 15.
Wow, just continuing to press and lean on this defense. And you've got a tired Tiger defense right now. You're down into the red zone here. Going to bring up a 3rd and 3 or 4. Whoop, they moved it back a little bit, maybe 3rd and 5. but still finding yards as we go.
So 3rd down and short. Line to gain for the Savage Storm is the 12-yard line. Here is Fields in the gun. Now he wants a timeout. Southeastern will burn their first timeout of the half, and we'll continue to leave it here. Remind you about Discover Durant. You can find out what's going on in the city of Magnolias by visiting discoverdurant.com. Of course, this past fall, they had the fall concert series. Today was a sponsor of the True Blue Chili Cook-Off that took place in Tailgate Alley. And coming up in December 8th and 9th, beginning at 5 o'clock, you can come out to the old Alorica location where the Westside Merchants Association, with help from Discover Durant, 2 days of family fun with the ice rink. They'll have live reindeer on site on Friday the 8th.
And Bob Sullins will be ice skating. I've been told openly that's going to happen, and we're going to get it on video, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we'll video stream that live at the Go Southeastern Sports Network for you. That'll be our pregame of the game action that will take place on that Saturday the 9th whenever Oklahoma Baptist is in town. Here is 3rd down and 4 for Southeastern. A big 3rd down it is. Hurt the tailback to the right of Fields. He'll give to Hurt, slips a tackle, and he's down to the 11. First down, Southeastern. They move the sticks.
And again, you've got a lot of tired Tiger defenders. Let's say that 3 times real fast. Rolling over to try to get up off the ground right now. They're just beat. And if you continue to press right now, this offensive line has got an advantage against the tired defense. Continue to use that.
Time of possession.
Or throw it to one-on-one and with 4 down here at the bottom of the screen.
Time of possession in favor of Southeastern. They give to Hurt. Out to the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Southeastern. He slid right past the safety Smith into the end zone for the 2nd straight drive, and Southeastern leads 20-14.
Wow. Ryan Hurt just continues to show the ability to make people miss. Who knew? But the bottom line is he has. And again, not to beat up a dead horse here, but that defense is tired, and you're just beginning to lean on them right now.
Here is Cox for the all-important extra point. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is on the way, and it is good. 21-14, 9:26 to play in the 4th. 21 unanswered by Southeastern. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Step right up to the most magnificent giveaway of the season, the $2.2 million Under the Big Top giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries for cash drawings every Saturday in October and November, and a chance to win $100,000 in back-to-back grand prize drawings to end the night. It's the $2.2 million Under the Big Top giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Welcome back, everyone. Here is Rob Johnson with a very nice Southeastern Oklahoma State Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap. Rob.
Well, that one started deep in your own territory, your own 12-yard line, but the Savage Storm offense says, so what? Goes 88 yards in 6 plays, 3 minutes and 3 seconds off the clock, and Ryan Hurt with his 2nd straight rushing touchdown. This one from 11 yards out to take a 1-score lead.
The 58-yard rush by Hurt, the longest rushing play of the season by any member of Southeastern. He had the other that was a 55-yard rush against Southwestern. He's gone over the century mark. Southeastern has piled up 258 yards rushing. That's a season high, besting the 220 they ran against Northwestern. There's your Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap. Don't miss the Chevy Red Tag Bonus Cash event this holiday season. Do more together in a new Chevy. Chevrolet, together, let's drive, as Jackson Nally sends this one end over end and calling for a fair catch. And then a very, very smart play by DeFari Smith Jr. He saw where it was at, and elects to take the procedure penalty there, and that will give East Central solid starting field position as your kickoffs this season, as they have been for the last 2 years. Brought to you by our friends at U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular wants to help everyone get the gift of connection this holiday season. Already a customer? This applies to you too, because right now, new and current customers can get any phone, and I mean any phone, for free. All you got to do is visit your local U.S. Cellular corporate store in Durant and Idabel. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com or that corporate store location for details. So East Central, now down for the first time today, come out at their own 35-yard line. And Mongolay receives a snap, looking to pass, has a wheel route down the near side. It's Montgomery. It's caught inside Storm territory. And that was a well-timed call by the offensive coordinator. And the offensive coordinator, by the way, happens to be Matt Walter, the former head coach at Northwestern. Remember, Walter let go at the end of last season. He's now the offensive coordinator at East Central. And that big gain sets up the Tigers. A handoff here. And a yard picked up on the carry by the tailback, Demarion Montgomery.
Yeah, Jordan Hood and Fred Hardy standing right there, stout in that guard center gap, and he hit that thing, and it just stopped right there. Big play on the last play, but plenty of time to regather yourself defensively here.
28-yard pickup, setting up East Central, and then a gain of 1 at 2nd down and 9 at the Southeastern 36. Yours Scott in motion, flags go flying everywhere.
That one's going to be on the center. He double clutched the snap, as they say, a little bit. And once you start, we're starting. The old adage is the center's never wrong, even when he's wrong, right? Because when he snaps it, we're going, kids. And unfortunately, fortunately, he double clutched that one, going to bring up a 2nd and long.
We'll see. The last time the Tigers were on the move, it was a penalty that short-circuited the drive. Let's see if it happens again. 2nd down and 14. Mongolay in the gun, receives the snap. Roll play designed to the right. And giving chase is Sims. Can't get to him. And Mongolay airs it into the Humvee over on the far. Hey, I'll give Mongolay all sorts of credit. That is some arm strength to make that throw across your body on the run. He just aired it out, and it's incomplete.
What you saw is Mongolay rolling out to his right. He decided to stop and look back left and saw 91 full steam coming up behind him, and that's when he decided 2 more steps, and this one's headed to the Humvee.
So now 3rd down and 14. Storm fans, a little apprehension here, I think, on the home side crowd. They're not making a ton of noise. They have lost 3 straight in this series. Montgomery in motion out of the backfield to the left. Mongolay to pass. Mongolay all day long. Gets it away. High pass, incomplete. Well covered over here on the near side by the safety, Trey Martin, and the linebacker, Caleb High. And you'll see for the 9th straight possession, Reese Connor come out to punt it away.
Well, and ECU's got no choice here at 4th and 14. This is one of those areas of the field where you might think about it on 4th down, but 4th and 14 just too far to go. And that running game's going to get right back out here on the football field pretty quick.
Big possession here both ways for Southeastern. And you say that, if you've got a fake in the bag, do you pull it out here?
4th and 14 is a long way to go, but maybe, and the Savage Storm defense looks prepared. They look lined up, prepared for something like that.
Let's say in plus territory as Connor scoops off a low snap. Williams calling for a fair catch, and I think he faked out. He did fake out the defender. Some little jawing there between him and long snapper Jonathan Housley, because Williams was calling for a fair catch. Housley got down in front of him, was prepared, and the ball just sailed over Williams' head and into the end zone. Southeastern will have solid starting field position with exactly 8 minutes on the clock.
You mentioned in the break we were looking for the first quarter stats. Looking at this ECU offense, they had 172 yards of total offense at the end of the first quarter. They've got 84 cents, and that includes the 24 on that last drive where 28 came on one play. So this defense has certainly woken up since then.
Southeastern with a chance here. As a handoff to Hurt, Tigers have seen enough of that. And they bring him down after a gain of 1. Excuse me, it was DJ Brown on the carry.
Well, they've seen enough of that, but the way they're going to have to take care of that, you see 7 and 8 guys in the box. And what does that do to 4 out here on the edge but give him a single high safety and a one-on-one press coverage? I'll take that all day long, and that's exactly what you've got on this next look.
Snap back to Fields, and he'll break away. Brown takes the big hit, but Fields makes the smart move. Pressure came off of the edge, and now a flag comes in late. Flag comes in late.
I didn't see.
And Fields coming up to Zabier, and we'll see what happens here. And if this is against East Central, that's huge.
Slow motion.
And it is. So the defensive player of the year, Devon Roush, just made a huge mistake. The defending conference player of the year defensively, who with just 9 games played had 80 tackles. The unsportsmanlike conduct is going to add and put this out to the 42. It's also going to be a first down, something that Fields had not obtained after a gain of 6.
Well, and we've seen this from a Savage Storm perspective all year. This defense starts to get frustrated with the fact that their offense is not complementing their effort, and that's what you saw from Roush there.
So at the 42-yard line, now on the move, and here's a handoff to Ryan Hurt. And I mean, right now, Tigers are just zoned in on the run game.
Yeah, they're sold out to stop that run, and at some point you're going to have to make them pay for that decision with an opportunity for 4 to get by his guy down here at the bottom or the near side of the field.
If you're curious, and I'll touch on this after this snap, it's 2nd down and 13. Hawthorne one-on-one up top if Fields wants it. Receives the snap, goes that way, and it's tipped into the air, and it's caught. Hawthorne with the catch inside Tiger territory, and a first down at the 38. A nice grab out of the air by Hunter Hawthorne, and it's a gain of 20 and a first down.
You see the replay here. It's a decent coverage. It's padded up into the air. Hawthorne just keeps his concentration, doesn't get any feet down, but uses his rear end to keep it in bounds and complete that catch for a big first down. Apparently he kept his mouth shut, but he was staring at that ECU sideline.
Take away the run-centric teams of Harding and Southern Nazarene, and the rushing yards racked up here today by Southeastern, the most this season with 262. The handoff here, they pick up 1. I bring that up, Southern Nazarene, kind of an option-style team. It's interesting the offense they run. Obviously, Harding, it is the wing tee each and every week. But prior to today's 262 yards rushing of the modern offenses, if you will, ran in the GAC.
The college offenses.
Yeah, the previous high was Southern Arkansas. They ran for 206 against these Tigers. So 2nd down and 9, clock 5:20 to play. Play clock down to 4, down to 3. In motion, Hawthorne down to 1. They get the snap off. Handoff Brown, run short side of the field, 35, 30, first down. And every first down is almost as good as a touchdown at this point.
Well, and you're getting down to the point now where, again, this running game has started to accumulate. You see a lot of hands on hips on that defense. You see a lot of jumping around and energy on this offense. This is where your offensive line really gets to flex a little bit and show that muscle, so they like it as well.
That last run, by the way, Brown now over 100 yards as well. So Brown and Hurt have each gone over the century mark today. First down and 10. 4:30 remaining here in the 4th. Fields from the left hash receives the snap. Give to Brown. Brown, 25. Brown, 20. Brown still on his feet. Almost breaks away inside the 15. And another first down for the Savage Storm. Down to the 12-yard line with a pickup of 16. DJ Brown, the former standout from Leonard, Texas.
Well, and you see The Savage Storm continuing to eat things up on the ground here. ECU sending guys off the edge, trying to get some run blitz in there. But when you're doing that, you're basically guessing. And in that situation, the Savage Storm are in the hole that ECU hadn't covered. And you're going to get a big game because you've taken a lot of defenders out of the play.
Fields in the gun. Brown to his left. Snap is back. Handoff to Brown. Brown runs into a pile, and one of the linemen loses their headgear there as Brown taken down maybe a yard back behind the line of scrimmage, and it is the right tackle, Dorian Maple, who loses it. Wrigley Kennedy into the game. A timeout taken. 3:35 to play here in the fourth. We'll step aside. 21-14. Storm in front on the Southeastern Sports Network.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the eight ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
To have seen Fields try to cut that up, even if there's no more yards to be had. Oh, they did get the last time out there.
Yeah, East Central burns their final timeout.
Why?
With 3:18 to go, 21-14. It creates 4th down and 7. And we'll take a quick timeout with them. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
I am more than a maker.
I'm more than an outdoorsman.
More than a protector.
Then a graduate.
Then a princess. An athlete.
A pastor. I am more than a warrior.
Chata Elifina Chili.
Chata Elifina Chili.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
I am Choctaw proud.
We are the Choctaw Nation, and together we're more.
Rules in NCAA football this year. You go out of bounds, the clock continues to run unless it's inside 2 minutes. That's the reason why East Central forced to burn their timeouts here. And here's Dylan Cox. He is missed 2 today. He is out for the biggest field goal of his young career here in the Great American Classic from 27 from the left hash. Kick is on the way, and it is good. 24-14 with 3:13 to play here in the fourth. And Cox, after having a very rough first half, has given his team a 2-score advantage here late in game number 106 between Southeastern and East Central.
Well, and credit the offensive coordinator there on that last part of that drive. As I said earlier, of course you want to get the ball in the end zone and deliver the dagger that way. But by doing it the way you did it, running those 3 running plays there, you got all 3 timeouts away from the Tigers, and now you've got a 2-score lead over an offense that's really shown to be very inept here in this second half.
So now you know East Central will be in 4-down territory rest of the way. 3:13 remains here in the fourth. And it's time now for another Texoma Chevy Dealer Scoring Drive recap. Don't miss the Chevy Red Tag Bonus Cash event going on now this holiday season. Do more together in a new Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, Rob.
11 plays, 70 yards, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Dylan Cox finishes it off with a 27-yard field goal, and more importantly, a 2-score lead for the Savage Storm here late.
Time for your U.S. Cellular kickoff. It may be the last one of 2023, and it's Jackson Nally with an end-over-end kick. Filled it at the 25, and on the return is Davis. Davis out over the 35, taken down there rudely by Jalen Hughes, as U.S. Cellular this year, or this holiday season, I should say, get the gift of connection at U.S. Cellular, where right now new and current customers alike can get any phone for free. Yes, free. Terms do apply. Visit your corporate store locations in Durant or Idabel, or visit uscellular.com for details. 3:06 remains here in the fourth. The second longest running rivalry in college football here in the state of Oklahoma. Southeastern holding a 1-win lead in the series history, trying to stretch it back to 2. And it's 1st down and 10. Mongole fires short over the middle. Big hit. Cam Tate catches the receiver Little over the middle and knocks him down, only a gain of 1. And if that's Tate's final tackle as the Mike linebacker, he'll take it. That is a big hit.
Amen. You know what? I don't understand the call. What are you trying to get done there? Unless they had some sort of trickeration on the back end of it, that's not going to get a whole lot of yards either way.
Under 3 to play here in the fourth. Mongole from the right hash receives a snap. Steps up, and he's wrapped up by Horlick. He's going to be sacked. Taken down at the 38-yard line. Josh Horlick coming through. Mentioned that this front 7, or actually the rotation of the front 4, had combined for 15.5 sacks this season coming into today. They've gotten to Mongole so far today several times. That's the most recent. And now here's 3rd down and 11. Mongole in the gun, receives the snap, out left side. Pass caught by Little. Jones with the open field tackle. He's taken down. But taken down right at the, wow, they give him forward progress to the 44-yard line. So
actually the 45.
So a gain of 5. But this is essentially the game.
4th and 4, and this is pretty much it right here, guys. Defensively, you're content to keep everything in front of you right here on a 4th down. You want to show a little bit more aggressiveness, because obviously if you can get this stop, it's basically your ball game.
4th down and 4 to go. Clock now at a Bill 30 remaining. Mongole in the gun, receives the snap. They hand off. Coming near side, he runs into his own lineman, redirects, runs back, still on his feet, and he's stuffed, and that's it. He's taken down after a gain of 2. Southeastern is going to win matchup 106 in the Great American Classic. 1:16 remains here in the fourth, but East Central's 3-game winning streak is coming to a close. Rob Johnson will head down to the field to do his best Booger McFarland impersonation. And now Southeastern can get into victory formation here. And Fields So Bo Atterbury, I mentioned, had never lost in this game. He won all 5 meetings against East Central when he was coach here the first time, and he's won his first back in this rivalry. Fields takes the snap, takes a knee. Hawthorne gets a little extra shove there late on the defensive end, rushing off of the edge, and Darian Williams. And all the Storm have to do is take one more. So mentioned it was pretty chirpy a couple of hours before kickoff here today. It was really chirpy a couple of years ago following the home loss that the Storm suffered here that essentially ruined Southeastern's playoff chances. It came after they upset number 5 Ouachita Baptist out in Arkadelphia. But today, Southeastern has taken it back. So the knee is taken, and we'll see if we can get with Rob down on the field here, because we see Rob. Talk to me, Rob. I want to check the mic real quick.
Yeah, there I am.
Okay, there you are, and we'll be back with Rob in a moment. In the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show, Southeastern wins 24-14. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
It appears
2 of the most recognizable voices in country music, Josh Turner and Sarah Evans. Saturday, November 25th, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant. A 20th anniversary celebration of their albums Long Black Train and Restless. Josh Turner and Sarah Evans live. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling main street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
With Chevy Silverado and Silverado HD, you can take on the mountains, or you can move them. With the power of up to 36,000 pounds of max available towing and the confidence of an available 13.4-inch diagonal touchscreen. Whatever your mountain, there's a Silverado for you. Get 0% financing, plus make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2023 Silverado 1500 pickups. Plus, get $1,000 cash allowance on this Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Find new roads.
It's the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show as fans begin to file out. The Great American Classic going Southeastern's way, 24-14. Here's Rob Johnson with victorious coach Bo Atterbury. Rob.
Well, Coach, a tale of 2 halves.
Man.
That first half, things looked a little bleak. That second half, I don't know what you said at halftime, but can you bottle it?
Yeah, I didn't think, you couldn't tell me 14 points was going to win it. You know what I mean? So I was proud of those guys. The way they stuck with it and the way grinded it out was impressive for an up-and-down season. Great senior class. They hadn't, I guess they were redshirt freshmen maybe when we got it last time,
right.
So I'm excited to see them get that.
Well, it's fun to go get that trophy, Coach. Largest rushing performance of the season today.
Yeah.
And Bo Atterbury continues to be undefeated against this Tiger bunch.
It has nothing to do with me and more about all those players and assistant coaches for sure. They've done a good job.
Well, Coach, now's not the time to reflect on an entire season, but I'll give you an opportunity here real quick to kind of reflect on this senior class. It seems like they've been here a decade.
Oh, been here a long time and lost a lot of their boys last season and came in and led really well. when we knew there was going to be some experience needed, and we gained that throughout the year, and it showed up here at the end.
Well, Coach, it's a heck of a way to finish it off, and we appreciate your time and look forward to 2024, my friend.
You bet. Thank you.
Hey, yes, sir.
There's right there Coach Bo Atterbury with Rob Johnson, the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. Celebration at midfield for Southeastern Oklahoma State. They snap a 3-game losing skid against their longtime rival and now the all-time series, 51-49-6. Coming back here in a moment, it's the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. We got hard hats to dole out on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The super nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show celebration continues at the 35 for Southeastern Oklahoma State, and the seniors, of course, happy to get that monkey off their back as they finally snap was a 3-game skid against their longtime rival here today by a final of 24-14. It's time to hand out hard hats here in the Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show. And the first hard hat of the game, well, it goes out to Ryan Hurt. Hurt with 122 yards rushing, including the longest rushing play of the season for Southeastern. He racked up 122 yards to go along with 2 scores and a 58-yarder that would set the tone in the second half, would set things back on the path as that tied it up at 14. DJ Brown also going over the century mark today. Brown 24 carries for 114 yards. And Bryce Fields, he didn't have the greatest game passing, but his running efficiency and the big thing, didn't make the mistake. There was not an interception thrown here today by Southeastern. He had the 1 touchdown pass. And also, how about a hard hat to Hunter Hawthorne, who goes into the 1,000-yard receiving club. His effort today, 7 catches, 116 yards, and a score for the senior from Bells, Texas. Hard hats going out on the offensive line. You got to give it up to Trace Tidwell and Dorian Maple. Those 2 guys up front really getting it done, as well as Malik Culp and Sebastian Martinez. They had really a solid day here, the entire offensive line. Defensively speaking, got to hand out hard hats. One to Javion Gardner, who got to the quarterback today. He had that solo sack, and Josh Horlick, who had the sack that was very key late, that essentially ended the game. I ain't going to say it was over then, but it was really close. And also Jordan Hood, another standout performance for the redshirt freshman. He had 6 tackles on the day. And how about Mikey Hookfin? His numbers all over the board. 5 tackles today, including a tackle for a loss. And Cam Tate wrapping up with 5 tackles as well. Southeastern today rushing for a season-high 288. And Rob, after East Central had the big explosive start to the game, they punted on 9 straight possessions and a turnover on downs to end it. Really, you could give hard hat to the entire defense.
They continued to show up all year. They did the same thing again today, even with the shaky start. I mean, 14 points. They're down 14-0, basically, 5 minutes into the game? And then the next 55 minutes, you basically take care of business to the point that you shut that team out. Offensively, 44 yards rushing at halftime, 288 total. So 244 yards rushing in the second half. 2 runners over the century mark. Has to feel good to finish the year like that.
Certainly does. Southeastern Oklahoma State, they do finish with a losing mark. They go 5-6 this season, but they get they won that one. I know. I was about to say, they won that one in the one game that they could play in that had a trophy involved. They won it, and they have the trophy now. The cheerleaders have it now, celebrating right at midfield. Well, a big thanks to everyone a part of this season. A big thanks to Bob Sullins, our on-site video technical director, as well as our cameraman this season, Derek Reed, Michael Gabbert, Mitch Crosby, and to fill in there along the way, Bobby Hancock, for all the great work they've done this season. That's going to do it for myself and Rob. As Bob Sullins, he had a short post game a couple of weeks ago. He may be around for a while here today. 24-14 the final. Southeastern Oklahoma State wins matchup 106 here this Saturday afternoon against their longtime rival East Central, and they do it in come-from-behind fashion with 24 unanswered points. 24-14 the final. Till next season, I'm Jay Lindley saying good night and so long, everyone, from Paul Laird Field in Durant, Oklahoma.
Little Big Town. Friday and Saturday, November 17th and 18th, Choctaw Grand Theater. Little Big Town. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Little Big Town, presented by Choctaw Casino Resort Durant.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
Back here at Paul Laird Field, it's the Choctaw Casino and Resort post-game show as the Savage Storm come from behind in the second half and knock off their rival 24-14. It's been a while. What was it, 2018, I think, the last time Savage Storm had a victory in this series. So a lot of celebration going on here, and at the end of the game, as Southeastern was down 14-0 at halftime, rallied to win. We'll look at some of the scores in Division I. The big top 10 showdown, Michigan won it without their head coach Jim Harbaugh. 24-15 over Penn State in Happy Valley. Texas Tech upset number 16 Kansas on the road in Lawrence, 16-13 today. Colorado lost again, 34-31. They fall to Arizona at home. Let's see here. Other games of note. Florida State leading Miami 20-13. That's in the third with 3:51 to go. Utah ahead of Washington, who's 9-0, 28-27, 5:13 to go in the third in that game. Let's see. Missouri's ahead of Tennessee 22-7. That one just starting the fourth. And Oklahoma plays tonight at 6 at home against West Virginia. Texas plays at 6:30 on the road at TCU. Ohio State rated number 1 at home to take on Michigan State. That's a 6:30 kickoff as well in that one. That's some of the Division I games. Some of the other games going on. Finals from the Great American Conference. Southern Nazarene blasts their rival, Oklahoma Baptist, 49-21 the final there. Let me see if I can get an update on this one between, it's in the fourth quarter. Southern Arkansas leads Monticello 60-17 in that one. And in the third quarter, Northwestern leading Southwestern. Both teams winless on the season. It's the Egg Bowl, the Egg for 0. Yeah, right. 20-0. Northwestern ahead in that one. Final today in Russellville. Harding beat Arkansas Tech 56-0. And Henderson had a big lead, but they held on to knock off Ouachita today. 31-27, the final score in that one. Our final score today was 24-14. The Savage Storm scoring 24 points in the second half and holding the Tigers scoreless after they trailed at halftime by the score of 14-0. They come back to win it against their rival. We'll look at some of the highlights from today's game on the Choctaw Casino and Resort postgame show coming up on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant Lumber Company, your only locally home-owned lumber and true value hardware store at 115 South 3rd Street, has been a supporter of our community's local schools and athletes for over 100 years. You know Durant Lumber for all of their high-quality building materials. Now, get to know Durant Lumber for all of your game day needs with Traeger grills, wood pellets, outdoor furniture, and more. Durant Lumber, in the heart of downtown Durant. Quality products, competitive prices. Durant Lumber Company. Behind every project is a true value.
Dollaritas are back at your neighborhood Applebee's all this month. Pair with any great items off the Applebee's menu, like the quesadilla burger or the bourbon chicken and shrimp. Plus, right now, $5 spooky sips with Dracula's juice or the tipsy zombie. Only for a limited time at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant. 1001 West Side Drive, open till midnight Sunday through Thursday, and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
Hey renters in Durant, State Farm agent Clint Markham is ready to surprise you in a good way with surprisingly great rates on auto and renters insurance. That's right, State Farm agent Clint Markham can help protect your car and your stuff for less than you might think. Get a quote to see how much you could save. You might be surprised. Call 580-924-8888 for your surprisingly great auto and renters rate today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums may vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Choctaw Casino and Resort postgame show here on the Southeastern Sports Networks. A lot of happy folks on the field today. 24-14, Southeastern rallies in the second half to win this one. They fell behind 14-0 on a couple of the Tigers scored on their first two possessions. One of those, an 80-yard touchdown pass that was a beauty. I'll show the highlight on that one because it was a beautiful football play as Diori Scott hauled it in and took it in for the touchdown from 80. And here's the highlight here, if you can see this. Perfect pass, right in stride, and Scott takes it all the way for the touchdown. That made it 14-0, East Central on top at that point. But, again, after halftime, it was a different story. The Savage Storm had some chances in the first half. They finally got on the board on a 15-yard touchdown pass in the third. That was to Hunter Hawthorne. And he laid it out there, and Hawthorne made the catch, and he was excited about that. That made it 14-7. Savage Storm finally tied things up with 14 seconds to go. First, Ryan Hurt changed the course of this game. As he scored a touchdown run where he bounces off a couple of tacklers and gets into the right there, bing, bing, and then he gets into the end zone. Hurt ties it up. The extra point made it 14-14. And then right after that, Ryan Hurt had the longest run of the year And that's set things up for the Savage Storm to take the lead as he goes through this hole, breaks one tackle, gets a good block from Marquise Gray, and zips down the sideline. Shows some speed here as he runs away from a linebacker, finally pushed out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. That set up the go-ahead touchdown from Ryan Hurd again as he, again, just was unstoppable. Breaks through a hole, nice hole in the middle, and took it into the end zone. That put Southeastern ahead for the first time in the ball game. It was 9:26 to go. They added a field goal, to make it 24-14, the final score, as Southeastern wins it. Dominating play pretty much in the second half. Their defense, I said that East Central scored their 14 points on their first 2 possessions of the game. After that, the Southeastern defense was outstanding. Let's see how many rushing yards they allowed in the game, because they only allowed 16 rushing yards, 7 in the first half, 9 in the second half, 253 yards passing in the game. But Southeastern ended up with 288 on the ground, led by Hurt, who had 119. He averaged 8.5 yards a carry. DJ Brown had a workhorse day, 24 carries, 114, averaged just under 5, and Fields threw for 167. But it was the running game, and Ryan Hurt, he got almost all of those yards, if not all of them, in the second half. Hurt did. And he scored the 2 touchdowns. 2 of the 3 touchdowns that the Savage Storm scored here tonight. What a comeback it was, and again, nobody's left the field. Everybody's still on the field, which is unusual by this time. Most people, it is the final game of the year. The Savage Storm beat their rival 24-14 was your final score today. I want to say thanks to our crew, Jay and Rob, and for our entire video crew, which included Derek Reed and Michael Gabbard and Mitch Crosby. I'm Bob Sullen saying so long for this year. The Savage Storm win 24-14 over the Tigers in dramatic fashion, and they score the winning points in the fourth quarter. And we'll see you again coming up for basketball season. The first basketball game's on Tuesday night at Bloomer Sullivan Arena. So there we go. Thanks for listening, viewing tonight. And this has been a Keystone Broadcasting Sports presentation.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. Now joined by Coach Bo Atterbury. And Coach, last week on the road, final road trip of the season, and you had talked about, the week prior, don't let one loss lead.
This has been Savage Storm Football on the Southeastern Sports Network. Savage Storm Football is brought to you by Choctaw Casinos, Burridge Law, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, and Discover Durant. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, Shamrock Bank, Taco Casa, and Westside Family Dentistry. The Savage Storm are being brought to you by Cherokee Communications, Studeville Chevrolet, First United Bank, and Shelburne Heating and Air. Also sponsoring Southeastern, Choctaw Nation Family Violence Prevention, Arnett Insurance, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Chutta Foundation. Southeastern Oklahoma State is also being brought to you today by Clint Markham State Farm, Durant Lumber, Applebee's, and your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson. Thank you for being a part of Southeastern Savage Storm Football.